Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Technology Thursday. Hi, I'm David Sponheim, and that was an intro to our show. And we are essentially doing a daily show with one intent, and that is to keep this message alive about a third party. Now, I've had a lot of people say they want to start a third party. I'm hearing at one point Howard Stern talked about creating a third party. I've been doing this for 7, going on 8 years with no mainstream media attention. I have been censored. I am a living litmus test of the failure of our democracy and of freedom in America. If you want to ask yourself, can you make a third party? You know, anybody can make a third party. You really can do. Anyone can do this. You can join us. We've got a great platform. We're right in the center of the political spectrum. We've got unique creative ideas like this one I came up with in 2008. My idea to create a third party started in 1976, my father. Yeah, over 40, going on, 40 years ago now. We started this idea in this very room. Well, not this very room. It was somewhere near here. Not exactly near here. It was in California. But then we moved up here, and in 1993, I was with my father, and we kept talking about this third party. We talked about a fence along the border and bringing our troops home to defend our nation. And this is the same time, 1993, that other people, Ross Perot was talking about a fence. Pat Buchanan, I think, mentioned a fence. That was it. And then I did the math and looked at the numbers that we needed. By the time 2008 rolled around, we were ready to start our America's Third Party, and we did. We even started a party before that just to test the waters, and we found out the name had to be better. So we created our America's Third Party, and I created the 1,000-mile fence idea. And then Sarah added the lethal electric portion of the fence, which, as long as we keep rolled barbed wire around the outside of it, will not pose any threat to anybody, including animals. So there's a safety factor involved here that we're concerned about. But we do want a lethal electric deterrent. And this is an idea that's now common knowledge around the country because Donald Trump took my idea. And he's taken quite a few of my ideas, my no refugee idea. And he's using all these as a way to defeat every other Republican candidate. My ideas are very well tested. And these are revolutionary ideas in some ways, especially this one. But what I'm really concerned about is a bad person taking my ideas and running with it as if they're his ideas. And that's the worst possible concoction. A person who wants power so bad they're willing to steal money or ideas or anything to get what they want. Now, we don't have hardly any money. I'm not a materialistic person. We do, however, post our quarterly returns to the FEC.gov organization, and we maintain a clear, transparent position where you know how much money we have in a bank account. It's all separate. If you want to donate to America's Third Party, you have to go to our website, AmericasThirdParty.com, but I can only take donations from U.S. citizens. All right? So, the whole idea of doing what we need to do to help the country, which is really the big thing. It's not me versus Trump. It's actually, let's come up with answers that we can solve the problems in the country. It really shouldn't be about one person taking hold of an idea and using it to win an election. And I've never been a shill. I'm not materialistic. I would be in the news right now if I was a shill. So many of you who are still questioning whether I am or not, just have to ask. I mean, this guy's been doing this for no profit for 7 years because he believes in what he's doing. How could he be a shill? Now, if I get to the news and I someday reach that point where I have enough critical mass in the world audience that we are currently broadcasting to, I will eventually be part of the media. But I will never be owned by the elitists that have taken our country for a ride and pushed us in a very dangerous position. I will never bend or succumb to power or money. I will do the bidding of the American people. And that's the critical thing. This effort is way beyond the understanding of most people. The Democratic debate, I have that right under me here. It's coming down to the Democrats talking about the same things over and over again. It's been going on and on. They're going to talk about ISIS and jobs. I mean, they rarely ever talk about anything else. No, I didn't. I welcomed him back. He's welcome to come back anytime. I even I said, I'm sorry you're sensitive and you got your feelings hurt. I don't know what else to say. Thank you for asking, though. But no, this issue right here about the debate, it doesn't deal with all the things that I have rolling over my head here. They're not going to talk about forced vaccinations. I don't think Hillary wants to talk about it. I don't think Sanders is going to talk about chemtrails. Both of them support chemtrails, GMOs, fluoride in our water system, and forced vaccinations. So the Democrats have become completely irrelevant. I mean, what matters more than the air you breathe, the water you drink? I mean, they're not addressing any problems. JPF, this isn't a score. I'm not in competition with any other person on the internet. This is not some sort of a competition. I don't have a personal stake in this. Yeah, I'm certainly not a person who would force my position on a show which has been censoring me for the past, 3 years we've been on Vaughn, and we've been censored for 3 years. So it doesn't surprise me that we're being kept down in the chat room. When you go to our website, AmericasThirdParty.com, you'll see a different video signal because Vaughn's video signal is staggered. They're cutting down access. There's people all around the world trying to get in here. Seriously. I've been limited to over 112 viewers in this network, which is ridiculous. I could easily bring in 2,000-3,000 a night if he would just open up his servers and stop pushing this VIP thing he keeps pushing. It's ridiculous. It took you 45 minutes to get in the chat room. What's going on? 903 just said, see? See, guess 903? Exactly. You are right. Guess 903 is facing this problem constantly. Well, music is great. Yeah, I've got music. Yeah, I like that song, and I certainly have used the song throughout the show. But frankly, if Scissorfight doesn't want to be a part of our show, I'm not going to use his music. He donated 3 songs to us. That song has our name on it, so I can use "Can't Stop." But frankly, the other songs I don't really want to touch. You know what I've been dealing with a lot of his music? We've had, I'd say, 17 or 18 different monetization disputes by YouTube. Thank you. I can't tell you how disturbing that is. And I know that Scissorfight works with free studio software, and he's a great musician in his own right. He's really good. But when you use free studio software, you have all these issues of the core loops that you're using. Are they going to be monetized? So now YouTube is cracking down on everything, and it's making it almost frustrating for me to do a show. We had to fight to get "Can't Stop" because to just clear one guy who claimed that he used the same software and was monetizing me. I had to go to the mat with YouTube last week. Yeah, JPF. Well, it's the Vaughn network that's been censoring me. Okay, I'm just telling you, this is going to blow out of the blog network. We're going to have blog TV pretty soon. I will be casting on the new blogtv.ca, but we'll also keep Vaughn up because it's just one of our multi-casts that we run on our show. I'm going to turn on CNN. Yeah, if you have a link, can you post me a link? Because I don't have that. You got a ghost of Scissorfight? Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Scissorfight Ghost. Okay, anti-Muslim threats on the rise across the U.S. Last night we posted a video of a riot that took place in Chicago that never even got to Fox. Fox News didn't cover it, where Muslims were claiming death to America in Chicago. Okay, again, I can't verify this, but there's a lot of effort right now. There's a lot of fear porn out there to make people hate Muslims. So let's just see what this is. Top prosecutors from 11 U.S. states, including California and Colorado, are increasingly concerned by more frequent anti-Muslim threats. Well, that's because there's so much propaganda against Muslims, and Donald Trump has got this huge problem with Muslims. I don't want jihadists, radical Islamists living in our country and gathering weapons. So I have a plan to deal with that. Donald doesn't. He wants to ID everybody and then force deportation, which is absurd in a country like ours. And then here's the burger flipping robot that could put fast food workers out of a job. Thank you, Business Insider. All right. A company called Momentum Machines has built a robot that could radically change the fast food industry and have some line cooks looking for work. The company's robot can slice toppings like tomatoes and pickles immediately before it places the slice into on a burger, giving you the freshest burger possible. The robot is more consistent, more sanitary, and can produce 360 burgers per hour. There's one burger every 10 seconds. He can produce burgers so fast that I can barely even talk as fast as this burger can make things. Here's some information on our next revision. Okay, so we knew that automation is on its way. This has not come as a shock to me at all. Yeah, thank you. Dave, you can now live forever. Wow. I kind of thought I could live forever. Forever exists. Secrets to immortality uncovered. We just looked at the water bear tardigrade that has a lifespan of 300 years. Yeah, let's see what this is. Ever thought of becoming immortal and living forever? Well, the secrets have been uncovered after Chinese scientists for the first time revealed that gene editing tools like CRISPR can modify human embryos and can increase lifespan. Oh, I'd like a little CRISPR genome type. Yeah, that would be great. Can't wait to find out what that's about. Yeah, so many of you are going to wonder, well, do I want to live forever? I mean, this world's getting kind of dirty. They're not cleaning up the atmosphere. They're not doing what Dave said that we'd do. Yeah. You can't stop either? Okay, good. I'll be dancing in just a bit. Here's a CNN debate. Thank you, Expired Heim. I did a little mock salad, a mock lobster salad today for our pre-show. It was fun. Do I look tan enough for you? Or I'm working on the lighting to make myself appear tan. I don't spray tan on like
6 financial institutions
like the other people do,
that have assets equivalent to 58% of the GDP of this country. They are just too big, too much concentration of wealth and power.
But Senator,
point is, we have got to break them up so that they do not pose a systemic risk and so that we have a vibrant economy with a competitive financial system.
But Senator, you didn't answer the specific question, which is not just about breaking up the banks, but why allow the banks to do it themselves?
Because I'm not sure that what the government should say is you are too big to fail. You've got to be a certain size. And then the banks themselves can figure out what they want to sell off. I don't know that it's appropriate for the Department of Treasury to be making those decisions. What we need is to make sure that they are safe.
Dana.
All right, I disagree. I believe that... Hillary, could I interrupt here? I believe that the SEC is the best tool to get oversight over the Wall Street executives that have been stealing money. We all know that Barack Obama said 500,000 top salaries for all the executives that got TARP 1 and TARP 2 money. He never enforced it. So the SEC that I will appoint, and I will fire everybody in the SEC as president because they've done a terrible job. I will put new watchdog people who are looking at Wall Street and all the excesses to work at the SEC as president, and we will get them to target all those CEOs right off the bat that violated the standard that we put in place under Obama, $500,000 max salaries. Most of them got $6 million, and they were never prosecuted. Go ahead, Hillary.
If there is a settlement, they should have to pay up through compensation or bonuses, because we have to go after not just the big, giant institution. We've got to go after the people who are making the decisions in the institution and hold them accountable as
Senator
well.
Sanders, you've consistently criticized Secretary Clinton. You've consistently criticized Secretary Clinton for accepting money from Wall Street. Can you name one decision that she made as senator that shows that she favored banks because of the money she received?
Sure. The obvious decision is when the greed and recklessness and illegal behavior of Wall Street brought this country into the worst economic downturn since the Great Recession, the Great Depression of the 30s, when millions of people lost their jobs and their homes and their life savings. The obvious response to that is that you got a bunch of fraudulent operators and that they have got to be broken up. That was my view way back, and I introduced legislation to do that. Now, Secretary Clinton was busy giving speeches to Goldman Sachs for $225,000 a speech. So the proper response...
I think he should talk about Benghazi. How many people believe that he should talk about Benghazi? I mean, why wouldn't Bernie talk about Benghazi? Does anybody know? When he said in that first debate, I'm tired of people talking about Benghazi too, Hillary. We've got to stop the Wall Street rich people. I mean, I'm just tired of the whole line of crap coming out of this guy. He smells and acts and talks like a moocher. He is a socialist, Marxist / communist. Everything about him reeks because he wants to basically borrow another $15 trillion instead of producing a new plan like we talk about, our hybrid capitalism plan. He talks like Larry David. Yeah, exactly. The fact is, we have a plan that we think could be very, very effective. We wrote a book about it. It's called Hybrid Capitalism. And it is available for download for $1 or 99 cents now. And Sarah and I wrote this with the intent of solving America's problems. None of our plans involve raising your rates of taxes. We actually look for a 10% tax on anything over $100,000, which is a graduated flat tax I'm proposing, which would be beneficial for both corporations, individuals, and businesses. And we'll be able to actually implement that with congressional support. But again, Donald wants a 1, 5, 10, 15 plan. He wants everybody to be paying taxes. Donald's kind of like a socialist too. More like a Nazi though. National socialist. Hey, scissor fight ghost. What is hybrid capitalism hybridized by? Well, take the best of all the different schools of economics, Chicago school, Austrian school, and piece it all together and create a stimulus plan where the government actually makes money back, return on investment. That's at the heart of hybrid capitalism, getting the government to run efficiently. It's essentially getting the government to make money back. So the government can compete in the free market too, as long as they don't have unfair advantage. This guy, this socialist, wants the government to have unfair advantage, as does the Marxist Hillary.
Speeches that you gave to Goldman Sachs. So I'd like to ask you, you've said that you don't want to release the transcripts until everybody does it. But if there's nothing in those speeches that you think would change voters' minds, why not just release the transcripts and put this whole issue to bed? You know...
Yes, thank you. Please, Hillary, please.
First of all, there isn't an issue. When I was in public service, serving as the senator from New York, I did stand up to the banks. I did make it clear that their behavior would not be excused. I'm the only one on this stage who did not vote to deregulate swaps and derivatives as Senator Sanders did, which led to a lot of the problems that we had with Lehman Brothers. Now, if you're going to look at the problems that actually caused the Great Recession, you got to look at the whole picture. It was a giant insurance company, AIG. It was an investment bank, Lehman Brothers. It was mortgage companies like Countrywide. I'm not saying that Senator Sanders did something untoward when he voted to deregulate swaps and derivatives, but the fact is he did. And that contributed to the collapse of Lehman Brothers, which started the cascade.
What about the transcripts, Hillary? Why are you changing the subject?
Secretary Clinton, the question was about the transcripts of the speeches to Goldman Sachs. Yes.
Thank you.
I have said, look, there are certain expectations when you run for president. This is a new one, and I've said if everybody agrees to do it, because there are speeches for money on the other side, I know that. But I will tell you this, there is a long-standing expectation that everybody running release their tax returns, and you can go to my website and see 8 years of tax returns, and I've released 30 years of tax returns. And I think every candidate, including Senator Sanders and Donald Trump, should do the same.
Secretary Clinton, we're going to get to the tax returns later, but just to put a button on this, you're running now for the Democratic nomination.
Right.
And it is your Democratic opponent and many Democratic voters who want to see those transcripts. It's not about the Republicans.
We also want to hear about the phone calls, too, you made. That would be good. The emails.
Let's set the same standard for everybody. When everybody does it, okay, I will do it. But let's set and expect the same standard on tax returns. Everybody does it, and then we move forward.
Thank you. Well, let me respond. Secretary Clinton, you just heard her. Everybody else does it, she'll do it. I will do it. I am going to release all of the transcripts of the speeches that I gave on Wall Street behind closed doors. Not for $225,000, not for $2,000, not for 2 cents. There were no speeches.
Okay.
And second of all, of course,
You just saw senility in motion right there. He didn't know what he was saying. He thought he was going to release his transcripts. What transcripts? He had to realize he doesn't have any Goldman Sachs private transcripts, so he obviously got a real problem there. He had to walk away from that misstatement, and he certainly didn't address the issue of releasing his tax accounts, his tax statements. So it's weird the way he's maneuvering. I think he's senile or something. I think there's something going on. Chronic brain syndrome or something.
no big money from speeches, no major investments. Unfortunately,
are you his son?
Unfortunately, I remain one of the poorer members of the United States Senate, and that's what that will show.
Is that why you're suing the Democratic Party for more money, Bernie? Yeah.
Tax returns from you and your family.
Yes.
He's
And
suing
what
the
about
Democratic
the
Party
earlier
for lots of
ones?
money.
What's
Yes.
the problem? What's taking so long? Because you just have to go to the filing cabinet, make a copy, and release them.
Yeah. What's the problem? Yeah, what's the
Well,
problem?
the answer is, what we have always done in my family is Jane does them. And she's been out on the campaign trail. We will get them out. We'll get them
Jane
out very
does.
shortly. It's not
Thank
a big
you.
deal.
Oh, you want to run the
Senator-
country and Jane does your tax
Senator, you've
returns?
slammed companies like
I'm
General
beginning to get the
Electric
picture.
and Verizon for moving jobs outside
Yeah,
of the
I don't
United
have
States.
any tax returns.
Yesterday,
I didn't make
the
any money.
CEO of Verizon called your views contemptible and said in your home state of Vermont,
I'm not into money
Verizon
like
has
Bernie and
invested
Hillary.
more than $16 million and pays millions of dollars a year to local businesses. He says you are, quote, uninformed on this issue and disconnected from reality. Given your obvious contempt for large American corporations, how would you, as President of the United States, be able to effectively promote American businesses around the world?
Well, for a start, I would tell
Well,
the gentleman who's the CEO at Verizon to start negotiating with the communication workers.
Start negotiating. He's going to get the CEOs to negotiate.
And
This is what he's going to do. He's going to promise every Democrat every single time that he's going to do something without actually telling them what he's going to do.
This gentleman is now negotiating to take.
We have an interference currently. Something just happened. We are searching for the video. Hold on, please. Operators standing by. This is a test of the America's Third Party Network. This is only a test. For the next few seconds, we'll be conducting a set tone, which
He's
will...
in America.
Senator, but the question
Go
was...
ahead, Senator.
The question was, given your contempt for large American corporations, as president, how would you be able to promote American business around the world?
First of all, the word contempt is not right. There's some great businesses who treat their workers and the environment with respect. Verizon happens not to be one of them. And what we need to do is to tell this guy, Immelt, who's the head of General Electric, doesn't like me? Well, that's fine. He has outsourced hundreds of thousands of decent-paying jobs throughout.
I've been talking about Jeffrey Immelt for the past 8 years and how he's outsourced so much. It's ridiculous.
Verizon and General Electric in a given year pay nothing in federal income tax despite making billions in profit.
Senator.
Then why did you endorse Barack Obama during the 2012 election, Bernie?
Prices of goods for consumers in the United States would go up which would disproportionately impact the poor and middle class. So how would you bring back these jobs to the United States without affecting the cost of goods to America's middle class and poor?
Well, for a start, we're going to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour.
And how is that sustainable when we've already seen 250,000 jobs disappear because of this $15 an hour minimum wage? I support a $10 an hour minimum wage, and I have an infrastructure bank that will deliver $15 an hour for people who are U.S. citizens.
Build our manufacturing sector with good-paying jobs. We cannot continue to sustain the loss of millions of decent-paying jobs.
Bernie, have you ever worked a day in your life besides being a career politician? Seriously? I mean, why did you wait till you were 40 years old to start working? Is that when you had your bar mitzvah?
Secretary Clinton.
Well, first of all, I do have a very comprehensive plan to create more jobs, and I think that has to be at the center of our economic.
And what is that plan, Hillary? Because we haven't actually heard it.
That we do more on manufacturing. I went to Syracuse and laid out a $10 billion plan that would, I believe, really jumpstart.
So it's gonna cost us $10 billion to get the jobs in Syracuse? I mean, what about business, Hillary?
Operating with business.
It's throwing money at things like Obama did. How are you any different than Obama?
To increase exports of American goods around the world, which supports tens of thousands of jobs. So I think you've got to go at this with a sense of how to accomplish the goal we are setting. More good jobs with rising incomes for people everywhere from inner cities to rural areas to every distressed community in America. And that's exactly what my plan would bring about. I think we have a pretty good record if we look at what happened.
You don't have a good record. You've been wasting money. Look at ARRA, American Recovery Reinvestment Act. You wasted $697 billion on that. Where are the jobs from there, Hillary?
Hold it. Secretary, you will respond in a moment, but I have to follow up with...
Hillary, are you bisexual? This is off topic.
Report of new legislation.
Yes or no?
New York's minimum wage to $15 an hour. But you do not support raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. As president, if a Democratic Congress put a $15 minimum wage bill on your desk, would you sign it?
Well, of course I would. And I have supported the fight for 15. I am proud to have the endorsement of most of the unions that have led the fight for 15. I was proud to stand on the stage with Governor Cuomo, with SEIU and others who have been leading this battle. And I will work as hard as I can to raise the minimum wage. I always have. I supported that when I was in the Senate. But
you didn't do anything when you were in the U.S. Senate, Hillary. I mean, what have you done? Do you know anything? Are you going to ride on Bill's coattails the rest of your life?
In New York City, more deliberately toward 1250 upstate than...
Show your emails. Why did you hide? Why did you search the internet, Hillary, for a way to get rid of your emails? This came out in the Trey Gowdy 11-hour hearing. That's about all that came out.
Why did that you supported raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour?
She's flip-flopping on them. You know, basically businesses around the country, like in Seattle and Chicago, that are facing the $15 minimum wage, they are actually shutting their doors. Restaurants are going out of business. They estimate that nearly 250,000 people have lost their jobs because of the $15 minimum wage. So this is ridiculous. And the Republicans won't even think about raising it from where it is, which is also ridiculous. I am shooting for a $10 minimum wage. Walmart is going ahead and paying people more right now in our area. I understand they're giving them $11 an hour in our area. So there are corporations that are recognizing the inflationary trend and how we have to raise salaries. So, but $15 an hour is untenable. All right, thanks for coming in, every guy. You guys are the real people here, and all of you have been interacting. Well, we have Explorers wants to know what happened the other night. Scissor Fight didn't like what I said about one of the video guys that he brought in our show. I was explaining to him that many people on YouTube are doing it for the money, and even though they have good points, it is a lot of fear porn out there because they don't direct anybody to a third party. And he just flipped out. He didn't like what I said about the guy, and he said, I'm out of here and I'm never coming back. And then I said, sensitive much? Question mark. And he didn't like that either. And then I made a couple comments to him that I felt he needed to toughen up. And he didn't like that. So that's what happened between us. But I did apologize for hurting his feelings. But I'm not going to go out of my way to apologize to somebody who just flips out in the chat room and says they're never coming back because they disagree with me. All right. Yes, AdSense has been funding the YouTube profiteers. And if you're wondering why some people on the internet are so fear-oriented and are talking about all kinds of things, nuclear strikes, imaginary attacks from aliens, you name it. It's all designed by the government to promote the breakdown of our culture, to divide our nation. And that's exactly what the Democrats do. They factionalize, they divide people. Same with the Republicans. And the two-party system is dead because they're dividing our nation.
Will get a raise. 1 in 4 working mothers will get a raise. I want to get something done, and I think setting the goal to get to 12 is the way to go. I
think the whole issue of minimum wage is a sidetrack. We have a plan to create an infrastructure bank offering 2% loans to U.S. businesses hiring U.S. citizens at a living wage of $15 an hour. So the 2% loan is connected to the $15 an hour wage. That's it. So it incentivizes the growth of American companies and production as well. And it will fix the systemic flaw that Bernie says we have. We're going to create a systemic flaw by pushing the envelope on the minimum wage. And frankly, it's a sideshow. We need to build jobs. We need to create products. We're not going to do that by enforcing a minimum wage on business, unless we go with a $10 one if we can get the Republicans to agree. And the entire totem pole wage. Exactly. Guest 898 says raising the minimum wage raises the entire totem pole wage rate. Well, there are people making $12, $13 an hour that have been working to get to that wage. And then they see people at fast food restaurants in Chicago getting $15 an hour. It doesn't seem fair. Obama apologized for misunderstanding the situation in Libya that led to the death of a Gaddafi. Apologizing? Yeah, this is a ridiculous thing, Meow TV. Yeah, our president was complicit in funding and negotiating with terrorists when Al-Qaeda got support from NATO. And economic hits were performed against Muammar Gaddafi that led to his ousting and ultimate horrible ending. I mean, we did give the guy justice. And for Obama to apologize shows you what a weak, flim-flam, waste of a case president he is. It's just bizarre. So that's why, by the way, you're going to hear, many of you who talk about me are going to hear, this is the guy that did the blackface video. I did a blackface video because I felt it was necessary. There's no way I could have avoided it. I had been censored in the media for 50 days prior to 2008 election. I ran 10-hour shows to try to spike the media and nothing happened. So I did the blackface video right after that. And I did another one in 2014, a blackface 2 video, in which I feel that freedom of speech is paramount in this country, but the Democrats don't understand that. They actually want to suppress freedom of speech. And I'm bringing out the true nature of these Marxists. They don't want anyone to be able to freely speak or put black skin tone on their face or do whatever they want. How was I going to impersonate the President of the United States without putting on some makeup? All right? How was I supposed to do that? In whiteface? So the Democrats want to suppress freedom of speech. That's classic. And they're also willing to shut anybody down in a consensus way. I've been in Democratic meetings where they told me to shut up. I did not ratify the war in Iraq. I said, do not ratify the war in Iraq. They told me to shut up. I'm serious. I was told to shut up in Democratic meetings. That's why I left in 2007 and started America's Third Party. But we have ideas that are cutting edge, like the 1,000-mile fence idea, which Donald took from us. These are ideas that build a safe and secure nation. We're not in any way going to have that unless we have security at our southern border. I got denigrated, yeah. And these Democrats will stoop at no other thing. They'll cheat. I had 90% of my signs stolen in the last election in 2014 by the Democrats and Republicans. They will literally cheat to win elections. That's scary.
He thought that Vermont was responsible for a lot of the gun violence. And you made the point that what she said was totally absurd.
I asked her, are you seriously blaming Vermont and implicitly Senator Sanders for New York's gun violence? She said no, but go ahead.
So why did she put out that statement?
I put it out.
Statement because, excuse me, I think I'm responding now.
Please, go ahead.
Bernie, you better calm down. You're going to have a heart attack. You're going to have a heart attack, gak.
Support of hers who said, oh yeah, in campaigns, people tend to exaggerate. Here is the fact on guns. Let's talk about guns. That horrible, horrible Sandy Hook. What's the word that we want to use? Murder, assault.
We're going to use a false flag on my perspective. Sarah doesn't think Sandy Hook was a false flag, but I do. Yeah, we'll call that a false flag. Thank you. Welcome to the show, Sarah.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and bring the live video in just a second. Are you okay? Are you warm enough? Not really? I did a cooking show today, and I made pasta salad, so I'm going to go in the other kitchen, and now that it's cooling, and I'm going to add my mayonnaise and other ingredients, yogurt and things. Do the yellow face impersonation? I don't know if I want to. Okay, so we are here to talk about technology. Let's listen to the Democratic debate right now. I doubt they're going to be talking about green, clean technology.
I want you to respond to that, but why did you put out that statement blaming Vermont and its gun policy for some of the deaths by guns in New York?
Well, the facts are that most of the guns that end up committing crimes in New York come from out of state. They come from the states that don't have the kind of serious efforts to control guns that we do in New York. But let me say this. In 1988, as we've heard on every debate occasion, Senator Sanders did run for the Congress, and he lost. He came back in 1990, and he won. And during that campaign, he made a commitment to the NRA that he would be against waiting periods. And in fact, in his own book, he talks about his 1990 campaign. And here's what he said. He clearly was helped by the NRA because they ran ads against his opponent. So then he went to the Congress, where he has been a largely very reliable supporter of the NRA, voting. He kept his word to the NRA. He voted against the Brady bill 5 times.
Well, that's actually a good thing. I'm okay with that. I don't really care. Gun control really isn't an issue in my mind. We really have to focus on saving the country here. Gun control is not really the focus. A lot of people don't recognize that we have a Second Amendment, that they'd have to overturn the Second Amendment. The Brady bill is a weak attempt to overturn the Second Amendment. And if they can't do that, the Democrats can't even control Congress now. So seriously, why are they talking about gun control? You see how irrelevant they are? Most Americans support gun rights, even Democrats. Yeah, we don't want an assault weapons ban. When I first started this, we actually had on our platform reinstating the assault weapons ban. And I'm a person that listened to the people on the right and completely understand their perspective now. If criminals can get those types of automatic weapons, and you can't even loosely define what they are, if criminals can get those weapons, anybody can. So we should be able to make citizens available to get those as well. I don't think the solution is banning guns, especially considering every Holocaust has been preceded by gun control.
Just sold a legal weapon to be held accountable and be sued. But what I do believe is when gun shop owners and others knowingly are selling weapons to people who should not have them. Somebody walks in, they want thousands of rounds of ammunition, or they want a whole lot of guns. Yes, that gun shop owner or that gun manufacturer should be held liable.
So, Senator, do you owe the Sandy Hook families an apology?
I doubt that's true.
I don't think I owe them an apology. They are in court today, and actually they won a preliminary decision today. They have the right to sue, and I support them and anyone else who wants the right to sue.
Well, I believe that the law that Senator Sanders voted for, that I voted against, giving this special protection to gun manufacturers and to dealers, is an absolute abdication of responsibility on the part of those who voted for it. This is a unique gift given to only one industry in the world. As by the United States Congress, as Senator Murphy from Connecticut said, we have tougher standards holding toy gun manufacturers and sellers to account than we do for real guns. And the point that Senator Sanders keeps making about how he wouldn't want a mom and pop store, that was not the point of this. And if he can point to any incident where that happened, I would love to hear about it. What was really going on, I'll tell you, because it has a lot to do with New York City. New York City was on the brink of being able to hold manufacturers and dealers accountable through a very carefully crafted legal strategy. The NRA came to their supporters in the Congress and said, stop it now. And Senator Sanders joined those.
Thank you, Secretary. Senator, go ahead.
Let me just reiterate so there is no confusion. Decades ago, before it was popular, in a rural state with no gun control, Bernie Sanders said, let's ban assault weapons, not see them distributed in the United States of America.
Thank you, Senator. Let's turn it over to Errol Lewis of New York One, Time Warner Cable News.
Secretary Clinton, the 1994 crime bill that you supported added 100,000 police officers across the country and banned certain assault weapons. It also imposed tougher prison sentences and eliminated federal funding for inmate education.
Can't you hear me now? You should be able to hear me now. There you go. Oh, I think the debate's louder because David has it going through there, too.
Yeah, I'll have it go through the outer speaker if you want to turn it up out there.
Okay. There we go.
Very important piece of legislation, in my opinion.
There we go. The soothing sound of my voice.
Were to provide more opportunities for young
I don't know
people.
what your
So
question was, Dogbone, so I don't
on
know
one
if David
side,
responded.
There are some positive
Maybe not.
actions and changes. On the other side,
No,
there were decisions that were made that now we must revisit and we have to correct. I think that sentences got much.
All right. Enjoy a cup of tea. Mint tea does sound pretty good. Well, I can't prove that, Hollywood. Maybe Elizabeth Warren can prove it, but I can't. I understand what you're saying, DT Laura. No, David doesn't use Daily Motion. No. I remember you asking that, and no, the answer is no. We haven't used it. Do you like that? I kind of am 614, it's true. Thanks, Ben Franken Taylor. I think it is important to understand both sides of any situation. Oh, you didn't do anything? Huh. You hate your job and your life? You need a vacation? Maybe you need to find a different job that you would enjoy. If you found something that you love to do and you got paid for it, then even if you got paid less for it, you would, as long as you love to do it, it might feel like a vacation. Oh no, that's sad. On TV too. I haven't eaten the mock lobster yet. Well, I always see all sides. I wish it was easy. What, Grizzly Ray? I miss his music too. Mock lobster? I guess David made something like that. Oh, sorry, you want me to unmute it?
Women Act in it. When mayor of Burlington, we worked very hard to try to eliminate domestic violence. This took us a good step forward. We're talking about the weapon that killed the children in Sandy Hook. This banned assault weapons, not insignificant. But where we are today is we have a broken criminal justice system.
No, to Peck State.
We have more people in jail.
Peck State,
than
I
any
believe
other
that
country
if
on
I want
earth.
money, I'm going to go out and get
And
it.
in my
I don't
view,
need
what we
somebody
have
else to
got
go
to
out
do
and get me
is
money.
rethink the system from the bottom on up. And that means, for a start, and we don't talk about this, the media doesn't talk about it.
Oh, is that what they're saying?
51% of African-American kids today who graduated high school who are unemployed or underemployed. You know what I think? Maybe we invest in jobs and education for those kids, not jails and incarceration. And I'll tell you what else. I think.
I wonder if he's ever been in a classroom.
We have got, and this is a difference between the secretary and myself as I understand it. We have
The
got to have the
B-52s are
guts
getting
to
back
rethink
together.
the so-called war on drugs. Too many lives have been destroyed because people possess marijuana, millions over a 30-year period. And that is why I believe we should take marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act.
Thank you. Let's get Secretary Clinton's response.
Interesting.
Look, I think that as Senator Sanders said about what I said, I will say about what he said. I think that we recognize that we have a set of problems that we cannot
solution for the
ignore and we
49%
must
of the
address.
population
And
who's
that
running
is
in jail
why I
for
have
poison
been
the food.
promoting
What?
for my entire adult life, I think, the idea
don't
of
know about
investing
that.
early in kids,
Okay,
early childhood education.
This is the entire dinner.
Universal pre-K.
This is David's dinner.
This is the mock lobster, and I'm putting it in the refrigerator. It's going to go in a cold section. I'm going to chill it now.
Pasta, eggs, peas, carrots, something else.
Yeah, I put clams and sardines, believe it or not.
Clams and sardines.
Smoked sardines.
I don't know if I call it mock lobster. I'd probably just call it seafood salad, but...
Well, I like to call it a special, seafood special. Thank you.
You had homemade tacos today? Nice. That sounds pretty good. Oh, did your number just happen to be that? I don't know. That's a good question, 619. Yeah, tacos are good.
Implements to make sure that people are released from jail under strong supervision.
So we're going to have more criminals running the street if Bernie Sanders is elected. Yay! Not.
On this one, Errol, actually, I think you're going to see progressive and conservative support. We can do it if we're prepared to be bold.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Secretary. We have to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more questions for...
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I don't believe in putting more criminals on the street is going to solve issues. In certain parts, you could think that expired time. I don't think so. Fear the guys who really hold you back. Don't fear the criminals. Who really holds anyone back? I think you're right, Scissor Fight Ghost. That's not a bad idea, Master Meatball. If you leave the U.S., then you can't sell in the U.S. Well, we don't abide by that right now, that's for sure. We have all kinds of companies selling in the U.S. Well, I disagree with you, of course, 146, because I think that we have to vote in order to have our say And so I do believe in that. Oh, I don't agree with deploying landmines ever, anywhere. I could use a warm hand. That's probably true. We aren't paying anyone. Is that you? You're the real scissor fight, the ghost. Scissor fight ghost. Or is he in here as a guest? Ghosting or guesting? There you go, Amanda V. Exactly. We could bring pasta, seafood pasta salad to everyone. A worm? You're gonna swallow a worm? Okay. You might want to read that book, How to Eat Fried Worms. Oh, you're not him. You're just his ghost. Okay. All right. The other dude, David, he'll be here shortly. The regular host will be here shortly. I just give him a break every once in a while. I give him a couple from 6:30 to 7-ish. I give him a break. 6:30-ish to 7-ish. I give him a break, and then from 8 to 8:30, I give him a break. That specific time. Pacific. Yes, I was an awkward teenager. Yes, I'm an awkward person. No, I'm not awkward. I could be nimble, but I'm definitely a different person. My name's Sarah, and I guess your name's Eric, right? Can I stop fur trading when I wear fur? We can look into that, Grizzly Ray. Yeah. I hung out, actually, it was kind of cool. The people I hung out with in high school, I was in the AP classes or the honors classes, and I had this group that I ate lunch with, and it was kind of a mixture of people. It was, all of us basically were honors kids, but there was a jock, a cheerleader, a former druggie, there's basically all of the kids from, there's people that played musical instruments, there's all the people from every other little clique. We had one of each in our clique. I actually did belong to the chess club and the math club in middle school, but not in high school. Yeah, my group was a little bit like the Breakfast Club. That's true. No, I was too, no. Yeah. You would love to play against me in chess. I'm sure you would win, because I haven't played in a very long time. Thanks to Peck State. Former drug dealer? Is that you? I never had braces, no. I've always had glasses, and I always used to have the big dorky glasses. So, no, I have not read Bobby Fischer's book on chess. David does have a book on chess, and actually David auctioned a book on chess and sold it to a supporter or something. But one book on chess, but I think he has another book on chess, and I haven't read it. You learned, the first move you learned was a blitzkrieg? Wow, I haven't played chess in a long time, but I know that when I was playing chess in junior high, and then I went and played against my grandmother and I beat her, and most people didn't beat her. So I did like chess, and I probably should get back into playing against the computer. I don't have anyone really to play with me. Well, I think David wants to start a top-down reformation. Okay. California Appeals Court reverses the decision to overturn teacher tenure rules. So I wonder what that is. That they're going to keep in place teacher tenure rules? Oh, he moves his pieces when he gets drunk and he starts losing? Alright. Well, for some people, Topeka State, we live in this kind of interesting area. We're not in any particular city, so there's not there's certain positions that we can't run for. No, I don't do that, whatever that is, Sods. I don't know what you're talking about. California Appeals Court ruled on Thursday that the state's job protections for teachers do not deprive poor and minority students of a quality education or violate their civil rights, reversing a landmark lower court decision that had overturned the state's teacher tenure rules. The decision put a roadblock, at least temporarily, in front of a national movement financed by several philanthropists and business people to challenge entrenched protections for teachers that have been championed by their unions. 2 years ago, a Los Angeles judge struck down 5 California statutes connected with the awarding of tenure, as well as rules that govern the seniority to determine layoffs during budget crises. Ruling in a case brought by a group of 9 high school students, 4 of whom have since graduated, the judge said the statutes have violated the students' right to an equal education under the California Constitution because they allow poorly performing teachers to remain indefinitely in classrooms. In reversing the court's decision, they said the statutes aren't to blame because it was a school and district's administrators who determine where teachers within a district are assigned to teach. The laws do not instruct districts in where to place teachers. Interesting. So they're going to appeal this to the state Supreme Court. All right. That'll be good. I don't know if he is back, chat room celebrity. Oh, did I? Maybe I should hit the back button here. The back button here. Back button here. I don't know where that. Oh, here it is. Okay. I'll unmute this.
It's easy to diagnose the problem. It's harder to do something about the problem.
Thank you, Secretary. We'll continue on this. Errol Lewis, go ahead with your question. We're going to continue on this. Errol, go ahead.
Okay, Secretary Clinton, as Secretary of State, you also pioneered a program to promote fracking around the world, as you described. Fracking, of course, a way of extracting natural gas. Now, as a candidate for president, you say that by the time you're done with all your rules and regulations, fracking will be restricted in many places around the country. Why have you changed your view on fracking?
No, I don't think I've changed my view on what we need to do to go from where we are, where the world is heavily dependent on coal and oil, but principally coal, to where we need to be, which is clean, renewable energy, and one of the bridge fuels is natural gas. And so for both economic and environmental and strategic reasons, it was American policy to try to help countries get out from under the constant use of coal, building coal plants all the time. Also to get out from under, especially if they were in Europe, the pressure from Russia, which has been incredibly intense. So we did say natural gas is a bridge. We want to cross that bridge as quickly as possible, because in order to deal with climate change, we have got to move as rapidly as we can. That's why.
Okay, some of the people in the room are wondering, we don't talk about climate change as something that we need to tax people on. I'll take over. By the way, the mock lobster, I think is great. What I do is I add a little lemon at the top, and it has that lemon butter taste, which I'm really thinking would be good. I'm going to go ahead and give you some time off, so get some rest. Thank you for holding the show. Sarah was great. She gives me these breaks, and it really helps. Well, I can see I need a shave.
You don't ready to give me a longer break so you can...
No. I'm good. I would like you to bring in my electric razor in.
Oh, okay.
It's next to the sink. It's in the black. I want to show people what a battery from 1983 can do. No, this is no toupee. This is my hair. I'm actually I wet it down a little bit for you. So let's say, for instance, the batteries back in 1983 were built better, and that they purposely made all of these batteries today break down with built-in obsolescence. Let's say that as Hillary talks about moving toward a renewable energy, she's not addressing the incredible greed that's happening in the renewable energy sector, especially that which she was involved in, Solyndra. It was a absolutely colossal mistake Obama made when he funded Solyndra and Fisker Motors to the tune of $2 billion combined. Crazy. Thanks. It's not a wig. Okay, thank you. This is a razor I got. It's a Remington razor I got from my dad. He willed it to me, basically. He got it in 1983 as a present from his students. And it was like a gift or something. It's a Remington razor from 1983. It's got a NiCad battery in it. It is amazing. Thank you. You can watch me shave. It's amazing because it actually works just like it did when he first got it. And I've had about, I would say, over 150 charges in this, maybe even more. And it works. And this has not been charged recently. And listen to the sound of the battery. And the blades are the same blades I've had since 1983. I just take a little brush and have a whisker brush and clean off the blade. Now this battery is built to never break down. It's never going to break down. So they're purposely making batteries worse now, which really sucks, because if we're going to be off of the grid, if we're going to get off of coal, then the Democrats have to get the oil companies and the coal companies out of their butt, because they are so deep up their butt, it's ridiculous. Why do you think we currently only draw 20% of hydroelectric power? From our grid only gets 20%. We're missing out on literally, that's right, 80% of that energy could go to the grid, and it's not. So the Democrats have a huge obstacle, and that's the oil and coal lobby. And no matter how much Bernie, who never did anything as a senator, is going to try to promise to do things, we've had promises from the Republicans and the Democrats for the past 60, 80 years. I mean, it's ridiculous. So we're not getting anywhere. And I really am sorry that Ross Perot couldn't, be with me tonight. But I can be Ross Perot in spirit. You hear that sucking sound? Those are your tax dollars leaving your pocket. That's the whole thing. See here. The deal is, if we stop the waste and stop wasting government money, we can get this country back on track. We need a third party guy. Bernie's not the guy. I heard a Democrat recently say, well, Bernie's infiltrating the Democratic Party. No, the Democratic Party is sucking Bernie in a little bit to use him and then absorb his progressiveness and act like, well, we're appeasing the left and gosh, these socialists are going to be happy now. And that's the problem. They've disconnected with the left, and the Republicans have disconnected with the right. The Tea Party people feel like Donald Trump can't possibly express their concerns about fiscal conservancy. A president has to be able to cut the budget, not borrow money like Donald Trump has proven to do throughout life when he had 4 corporate bankruptcies. That doesn't bode too well for him. We're going to purge anybody who comes in here and says denigrating things in the show. Thank you. I'm not sure where Tepsicatics. David, crop the white part above the debate. Okay. Let's do that. Let's go ahead and take another picture. Okay? We can do that. We have the technology. I am not going to stand here and pretend to promise you all the things I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you exactly how I'm going to do it. Okay? I told you how I'm going to get rid of Wall Street excesses. We're going to replace everybody at the SEC. This is not Bernie's idea. It's mine. We're going to deal with a fresh water problem. Unlike the Democrats, I don't believe that we have a depopulation issue. We have a fresh water problem. We also have a carbon looping problem at the top of the screen. We also need to address fluoride in our water system, forced vaccinations, the GMOs in our diet, chemtrails blowing over our head like we were insects. And if we don't do that, we're going to basically be a wasted election, just like we had with Obama and George W. All right? Thank you. There's no way in hell the elites who control the 2 houses let a Clinton become president again. There's too many secrets that might be revealed as retaliation. I think it's safe to say that Clinton wouldn't have gotten to where she is today if she wasn't some sort of a raging whale, a political barracuda, or a whale, who has tremendous power and threats that she's using to hold back the government investigation into Benghazi. There's over 12 or more top secret files that she did transfer through email that she claims she didn't, and they aren't prosecuting her on that. The Justice Department just pulled back and said it's in the FBI's hands, and they're not doing anything. And the Republicans aren't prosecuting her on public disclosure violations, which shows me they're complicit. So the 2 parties, by and large, are controlled by one group of elitists that control and command and direct the organizations that basically siphon off of the taxes that you put diligently into your treasury check that you send out every year. So they're basically robbing you, fleecing you, the American voter, and using that money to pad their pockets. The 2 parties are. Bernie can talk like a socialist, but he recently was seen driving an R8, an Audi sports car that's $175,000. That's serious. Bernie, could you show us your car, please? Bernie Sanders, yeah. It's just kind of amazing that people don't realize that this is the Marxist theories of the left and the fascist theories that Donald Trump is supporting of the right are actually being used by the same people, the same global elitists. They control the dialectic, and they've been in control for some time. Okay, Sanders. Yeah, that card's just not popping up here. Let's see. Well, I don't think this is it. No. This is something somebody wrote. Hillary Clinton is not that leader. This is not about the party. It's not about Washington. It's about us, the kind of country we want to leave our children. That was Mia Love. Yeah, I don't have that link right now. Sorry. Let me open it up to the browser itself. I'm sure if I Google Bernie Audi, it should pop right up. There you go. Here is the picture of Bernie in the Audi that I'm referring to. That's pretty funny. Whoops. There you go, right there. And then somebody did a cute picture. This is kind of funny. They took the outside of an old Honda Civic and put that on there. They photoshopped it. But when Bernie is in a car like that, and he's speaking as a socialist like this.
Day after that. Totally different issue.
Well, that
Second of all, if I might, in terms of Syria.
Senator, let her respond to that, then we'll get to that. Go ahead, Secretary.
There was also in that a reference to the Security Council, and I know you're not shy when you oppose something, Senator, so yes, it was unanimous. That's exactly right, including you. And what we did was to try to provide support for our European and Arab allies and partners.
Right, that's why you funded ISIS, and that's why Hillary created ISIS. Thank you. Hell yeah, Bernie and his Curera. That's right. Hillary is getting ripped. I know. Yeah. Well, good for Bernie. I hope Bernie targets the issues that are obviously her weakest points. But not talking about Benghazi is a big, huge detriment to his campaign against her. What is it if it's not an Audi? Yeah. No, I did not work under Alan Greenspan. I have no affiliation with the government or corporations. I'm completely insulated. Hey, don't vote for Sanders. Sanders is actually a complete puppet within the Democratic Party. He folded and became their little henchman. Yeah, it's just, you can't infiltrate a party so corrupt like the Democrats to produce such a corrupt leader like Obama and Hillary and Bill. Now, we should really talk about Bill and Hillary's connection to the death count. We should discuss that. Orgy Island and his ties with Jeffrey Epstein. Let's just not talk about, Bernie in a good way, though. Bernie used to hang out mooching out of refrigerators in the 1970s. His whole thing was just to go around and get food out of people's refrigerators. He did not work until he turned 40 years old. He never worked. And he doesn't have much money because he's basically a career politician who's been living off the government dole. And he's way too old. Yeah. But my ideas in our book, Hybrid Capitalism, transcend all the ideas that Hillary and Bernie are using right now. This system is designed to get the government to get a return on investment and charge you less taxes. The Democrats' tax and spend mentality, and believe me, Bernie is like tax and spend on steroids. But their concept is a flawed concept, and it's a socialist concept, really. And it's what's killing our economy. It's stalling our economy. So when Bernie talks about stopping the systemic flaws in Wall Street, he has no idea how to trigger growth in the business sector. Now, as a small businessman, I encountered all kinds of conflicts in terms of dealing with big corporations. So the government should actually bridge that divide and either provide you jobs and negotiated with corporations, the private-public sector handshake, or the government should actually provide the government jobs. So when Barack Obama was asked in 2010, is the government responsible for creating jobs, he completely blew it when he said, well, make no mistake about it. Well, the government is not responsible for creating jobs. And Hillary's gone on record saying that business doesn't create jobs. So they're confused. My successful business was not going bankrupt. I knew when my businesses had to be folded, and I folded them. You start a business to supply a need. If there's no need, you close the business. And the biggest problem with big corporations like Donald Trump has created is he didn't actually close quick enough. He ended up completely going bankrupt 4 separate times, corporate bankruptcies. So if you don't close in the black, you're basically not a good businessman. So really, most businesses, 85% of all businesses close the year that they start. The next year they close down. So the government needs to step in and lower regulations on small business and really give them a handshake and say, hey, what can we do to make this better for you? I guess I got a little spray from the rain we were getting here. I stepped out. You know, I didn't feed the fish too, and they're really pissed at me. I've got goldfish in the pond that are going, yeah. I will have a bestseller eventually, don't worry. Hey, never did anything wrong, so you can't really say I should go to prison because I've never violated a law or broken any restrictions or regulations. And I've always treated the fascist corporate person we know as Donald Trump with a certain deference so that I don't in any way slander him. My sister recanted that. Let me show you what my sister said, and she's going to be coming back pretty soon. She's on the end leg of her worldwide cruise. I'm really excited about that. She sent me a little video about, you know, how she feels about this campaign and what she said about me prior.
Hello, it's April 1st, 2016, and this is Connie Sponheim, sister to David Sponheim, who is of America's Third Party. He and Sarah are working together to put him on the ballot, and I'd like you to write him in. This film is to redact anything I may have said years ago when I had an interview with a gentleman from the Midwest, and I don't quite recall what I said, but I may have been a little upset at my brother at the time, and that was long ago. He's a very rational, very logical, good guy, caring man, full of ideas. I really respect him, and I hope that you write him in because he's a good candidate for the job. And I wanted to make this film just to make sure that you know that he's on the level, smart, has terrific ideas to make this country the country that I remember long ago, and it's been slipping away from us very, very, very incrementally in a slow fashion, which is that's how they work. That's how communism and fascists work. They pull it out very slowly, our rights and so forth. They're trying, but legally they can't do anything because cannot be infringed means just that, cannot be infringed, all of that.
Yeah, so bear in mind, if you guys want to, hear more of that, I'll upload it eventually. But yeah, this is an ongoing reality check for a lot of people, that our government is forgetting the rights of the individual. Our freedoms are being suppressed. These two-party puppets that we have here are simply mouthpieces for the elitists. They own Bernie, they own Hillary. Bernie doesn't even know how owned he is. He's just incredibly greedy. Like many socialists, they're into money. They really are. And he wants your money, and that's really scary. So, not in charging you more taxes, not taking more deep cuts into the budget is the secret to building this nation. We've got people who are really systemic cheaters. Wall Street welfare is going out. And as much as Bernie talks about stopping it, he doesn't have the balls to step in there and charge the Goldman Sachs executives with crimes. He doesn't have the balls to actually pursue this case I'm telling you the SEC should pursue, which is every single CEO that got more than $500,000 per year that took TARP money will be prosecuted with a full Class C felony, which could involve some time in jail. You never know. Hey, why would Wolf Blitzer look more handsome than me? That's just weird for you to say that. Hello, welcome from Vietnam. Yes, I have 100,000 viewers there. Good. I'm not a person who pretends to, be better than the other candidates. I really am better than the other candidates. I've got more ideas and more solutions for the country than any of them put together. And we've orchestrated all those solutions in our shows on a daily basis, and we talk about them on our website. We even wrote the book about them. So, we're doing everything we can as average Americans to fix the country. But these people are not average Americans. They think they're rock stars. They think they're like special or something. Thank you. So Hybrid Capitalism is the book, and Bernie is a socialist, a communist, a Marxist. So is Hillary. All my solutions involve less government. The idea of getting a return on investment involves some activity. So we're going to take $1 billion to create the mobile medical units. That much I am going to do. We are going to take the existing $4 billion currently being spent for unnecessary wastes in the HUD program. We're going to make some improvements on houses and improve the houses with our homestead renewal plan. And that's a way to get the jobs at $10 an hour to kick in for the country to get some virality. You're not going to gain any traction with these people that promise you things. I'm delivering ideas, real ideas. And that's a big difference between what we're doing and what the two parties are doing. I don't know if I'm going to have Connie on the show again. I'm just going to kind of like play it by ear. She's just going to relax from a long vacation. She's taken a trip around the world, ostensibly. All around, she went from Australia to New Zealand, to Hawaii, to Mexico. No, I don't support anything kinky like that. A lot of you have gone down an abyss of perversion. Yeah, America first, right. And stop opening our borders. I can't even listen to Hillary and Bernie because they support refugees coming into our country.
Between Israel and the Palestinians, Israel must, quote, end its disproportionate responses.
I negotiated the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in November of 2012. I did it in concert with President Abbas of the Palestinian Authority, based in...
Yeah, she certainly negotiated with the AIPAC organization. And, you know, frankly, we can't do the bidding for Israel anymore. The Zionist governments of Hillary and the government of Obama, the Zionist government, as well as Trump and his Zionist connections to AIPAC, it just won't work for Americans. The average American is starting to realize we're being played by Israel. We really are. So I don't think these people are really reaching their audience. And we know Bernie's going to cave in on Israel too. Frankly, we don't need to give money to Israel at all. If they do not sign the nuclear non-proliferation agreement, and we know that they have nuclear weapons, and if they don't sign that agreement, we can't continue paying them $3.5 billion. Actually, they want $7 billion now. That Iran got all that money from Obama. Yeah. She's a very economical traveler. Yeah, she does a good job. She, makes sure she buys her tickets in advance so she can save money. This is not ginger hair. This is just kind of a dirty blonde look. But thanks for asking me. David, 63% of Americans are obese. Will you give them free food? Absolutely. We want to make sure you maintain your eating addiction. I don't want you to lose any chance to stick food in your mouth. I don't want any of you to starve, of course, but we will integrate ways in which you can save on calories. Let me show you one of our ideas that's pretty cool. It's kinetic generators built onto exercise bicycles. So if you are a person who wants to, get a workout at your local gym, you'll also be able to do that with other people and socialize and hang out, because a lot of the gyms will be retrofitted with these energy cycles. In fact, I'll even get the government to build these. This is where I differ from Bernie. I actually see a plan, and I want to seize it as a way of which the government can actually get involved. So if the government produced these Stairmasters or exercycles that have parasitic generation capability, they could actually produce electricity. Every single gym in the country will actually give you a discount on your membership as part of the program. It's an electricity buyback program. And that will encourage people to work out. Kids will be doing stuff at school to get, perks. It'll be a good thing. And getting your body moving is one of the best ways to get exercise. So, that being said, I am going to now do my little routine where I get up and move around and play the Can't Stop song. So let's see what we can do here and go from there. All right? Because I do need to get up because I can feel like I'm too sedentary right now. And I feel like getting up would be really good. So let's do it.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop.
So let's be clear.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's Third Party.
Sponheim for president.
We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop.
All right, yeah.
We can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
That was fun. You know, I got my energy up. At least I get my cardio going. That's good. So yeah, the critical. We ran into some real interesting ideas the past couple nights. Number one, we offer this. The Democrats and Donald don't offer this. Pay Americans First really addresses the issue of illegals tapping into our financial resources. Your tax dollar is being wasted, literally financing Section 8 housing, food stamps, welfare for all kinds of illegals. So that's something we're going to address. And this is our program. I don't think Donald's taken this idea yet, so that's good. Got coffee right here. But yeah, the whole concept is to get the focus is on our country, not on other countries, not on Israel. It's to get our focus on the critical problems facing our nation and obviously the world too. So it produces green, clean technologies that will deal with carbon looping and freshwater production. And I'm going to introduce something even just as important, low-cost electricity. That's central to my plan. The lower cost, the better. Right now, under the two parties, we've seen the cost of electricity go way up. All of us have encountered much higher bills every single year. So low-cost electricity is central to what I'm doing here at America's Third Party. Creating new strategies to get zero-point energy solutions like the kind you hear about at the Thrive movement. It's a really cool movement that they're putting together, bringing science, emerging science with technology to create really good low-cost electricity. So yeah, these are the kind of electricity solutions that will actually take our nation toward energy independence. Fracking won't do it. So when Hillary is talking about how she supported natural gas as a transition, you know, unless it's natural fracking, it is super dangerous to the environment. It causes fractures in the ground. We're talking Oklahoma, massive earthquakes. Okay, let's listen to the chat room and see what you guys are doing. I haven't touched base with everybody yet. Here's a link for you. Thank you. Yeah, I need that little exercise in the show just to keep my body in tone, for real. I mean, it's simple to get up out of your chair and move around. It really is. And in the long run, it really helps. Okay, this is really hard for me to accept. The idea that NASA openly admits alien life exists, get ready for disclosure. This is a picture I've not seen before. It's pretty weird, I must say. The idea of alien bodies sitting on trays like this in mass. Most people in the know realize that NASA is just part of the military-industrial complex, but a recent open admission on mainstream news that there are indications of alien life is likely the beginning of a bid to get your undivided attention before full disclosure actually ensues. Most people already believe that what the NASA chief scientist Ellen Stofan states, I think we're going to have strong indications of life beyond Earth within a decade. I think we're going to have a definitive evidence within 20 to 30 years. Well, we'd love to see more evidence of even the moon landing. That would be great. But until then, I tend to believe in this theory that it's an alien agenda concocted by our government. And I recently uncovered an FBI report from Richard Doty, who actually created the alien myth. Yeah, if you research Richard Doty, D-O-T-Y, you'll hear about that. Yeah, well, you can believe in aliens, guys. But I believe in low-cost electricity and solving the fresh water problem and carbon looping, okay? I believe in novel ideas to our country's problems. So you can believe it believe in aliens, I don't care. I will tell you, if there are aliens, I'm going to have to see them because of the technology in holographic imaging that is so advanced. You could easily see an alien pop in front of your pops. Your toaster could have an alien come out of it, seriously. Oh my gosh, my toaster, it's possessed. You could see anything with the technology they have. 50 years ago, I went to the Disneyland. The haunted house had this amazing three-dimensional image of a head of a witch. It was 50 years old, the technology. So holographic imaging is way advanced. If they want to create an alien sitting in front of you, they can. But you've got to be able to touch it. So I must touch an alien before I can tell you it really is an alien. So there may be like a squeamish thing, I'll put a rubber glove on in case it's toxic, okay? But if there are aliens, which I seriously doubt, with over 5.4 billion people with cell phone cameras in the world, and that's the best they've got, is a picture of those aliens? That's all you got? Is that all you got? I wouldn't want to fondle an alien in a perverted way. I wouldn't want to, it's not like an anal alien abduction or something. If that's what you're going with. Have you had one of those? I can't imagine that. In fact, I don't want to imagine that. Now, here's a really good one here from anonews.co. NASA confesses to dosing Americans with airborne lithium and other chemicals. Yeah, we've been running that story for a long time. Yeah, NASA admits it right here.
Recording that when I called NASA yesterday and I spoke with someone in your Washington, D.C. office, I was told that he's scared to death. He's going to denounce his citizenship and go back to the Philippines.
Okay.
That's what I was told by NASA yesterday when I called.
Okay. And
directly from your office.
That conversation with their knowledge?
Well, I'm sorry?
Did you record that conversation with their knowledge?
Are you recording my conversation with that knowledge, sir?
No.
I'm sorry?
No, I'm not recording any conversation.
You're not recording any conversation with my knowledge, and NASA isn't either, and you can't get through it anyway. If you want to leave a message, it rings and rings and then hangs up on you. Same with Wallop Island. So I would love to leave a message there. Could you give me a direct answer? Because it says you're the scientist here on the NASA website.
Yeah, I'm involved in the project, but...
You are a scientist, so then, and you know that this is experimental, you've never done it before?
No, it's been done in the 1970s, it's been done recently in the 1990s and 2000s.
Oh, that's not what it said on this article here.
It hasn't been done since 1970, the lithium release in the daytime.
Why would it be done now then, sir? That's scary.
Detailed information, if you could please send your comments by email.
Okay, will you respond to my email if I send them?
Happy to answer them, yes.
You will. Okay, what was your email, sir?
Douglas.e.Roland, D-O...
Anyway, we have the actual complete text of this. It is him admitting that they dump lithium and chemtrails on everybody, yeah. Good link, thank you. Bernie Sanders is Larry David. Let me see if I can get into his groove here. We'll bring him into the show again.
To provide free tuition at public colleges and universities and lower the outrageous level of student debt. Wolf, we have seen in the last 30 years a massive transfer of wealth from the middle class to the top 1/10%. The establishment does not like this idea, but yes, I am determined to transfer that money back to the working families of this country.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, he's going to land hard on that one. And, that is the socialist promise. But again, he's not talking about how he's going to do it. He's just promising everything to everybody. Yeah, you can promise the world. The Democrats' talk is cheap. It really is. If he's owning Hillary, just telling people what they want to hear, then golly, gosh, if that's all you people want to hear is just people promising you things. But seriously, getting that money, where is it coming from? Our country's debt is at $19 trillion. We need to handle the excess spending going on currently And they're not addressing that. In fact, big government has been created by the Democrats. Bernie's all about big government. They're not going to be able to get that money back. They're bankrupting our nation, the Democrats are. I don't know where he is. We have Scissor Fights Ghost, though. He came in. Yeah, there is no update yet on the victimization case. Yeah. I'm at a loss to find the right document I need. I'm still waiting for an incident report from the local sheriff's department. They haven't delivered it yet, so that's where it's at. Okay, so yeah, Bernie promising the world, delivering nothing. He hasn't done anything in Vermont. He has no real method. Frankly, the method of the Obamacare and the Affordable Health Care Plan has been a disaster across the board for all the states involved. So now we're looking at more of the same with the Democrats. They're not getting away from their tax and spend mentality and promising things to people. Classic departure from reality. They don't want anything to be stuck on them. No dirt on their stellar work at destroying our nation's economy. You know, Bernie's done nothing in 7 years in Vermont. Nothing. Yet they want him to be our president. So the Democrats are really saying, why don't we all just sit here and do the same thing over and over again and expect different results? Sure. We could expect to see more of the same of the crap that Obama's been doing. More tax and spend, another gouge, another bond levy, another tax, another lien, another way of borrowing, not solving the problem. Count on that with Bernie or Hillary. And Donald Trump, he's another borrower. He's just borrowed all of his life. Now he thinks he's rich. It's just amazing. I couldn't even sit here and talk to you on a nightly basis if I'd been that kind of a person. I would have been broke, flat out broke. I've given so much time to this show for free and I'm not asking anything in return because frankly, I know that this is a nonstop effort. I never went into this thinking it was for monetary gain. But the Democrats, everything they do is for monetary gain. Everything. They suck the corporate tit, just like the Republicans. Yes, I'll leave the debate on mute in the background. Thank you. Well, let's just, do any of you know how to lip read? I could actually recite them. What difference at this point does it make? I'm not going to release any emails on Benghazi, and I refuse to answer any questions from the audience. And I'll do Bernie too. She's still talking. I will not allow you to open up my records of all the dead people that me or Bill knew during that time. I think it's time that I have a chance to talk here. I've been trying to dominate everything tonight. Will you tell her to shut up? That's what I'm talking about. This is why Bernie's rude to me. I'm sorry. Are you my handler? Do I have to wolf too? That's going to be tough. All right, hang on. Stop acting like that toward DT. She's a strong supporter. I will not ever respond to any question in a straight way. Are you yawning, Mad Dog? I'm trying to do Bernie in just a second. I'm trying to tell you I will double talk around every single question. What difference at this point does it make? Okay, we'll get to Bernie. Bernie, you're being very patient. Look at body language. He's saying, my hemorrhoids are killing me. Could I please have a glass of water? I need something to deal with these hemorrhoids. I think I just popped one. Are my Depends holding? Hold on. Yeah, it was a good show a long time ago. Excuse me, can I get a word in it? And she's just coming off like she's got balls. Yeah, listen to this woman. She has testicles.
Interesting comment, but you didn't answer the question.
I did.
I did.
Can I
I did answer the
please?
I did answer it.
I think I
Can I please answer the questions?
Essentially, what you described is my legislation. Yes, to become.
Well, they're really going at it, aren't they?
Here is the issue. Your answer has been the same year after year. In fact, the idea that I'm bringing forth, I have to admit it, you know, it wasn't my idea. It was Barack Obama's idea in 2008. Exact same idea. He called for lifting the cap, which is now higher. It's at 118, and starting at 250 and going on up. If you do that, you're going to extend the life of Social Security for 58 years. You will significantly...
It wasn't Barack Obama's idea, by the way. It was not. It was a continual idea pushed by the Democrats to raise the cap on payroll. I got to tell you, I don't think there should be any cap on payroll taxes at all. So if there's a person that actually has a $500,000 income, yeah, Bernie is a shill. It shouldn't be at $250,000. It should be not a cap at all, because that's just more revenue for the Social Security Trust Fund. Bernie's stealing my idea, just as Barack Obama did. Why is it that he talks like this all the time? How do you get a president like that? I mean, that's just the most freaky thing. He's just waiting to have a heart attack. This guy's like a type A personality. I can't do open mic at the comedy club. No. I'm not a comedian. I'm not a stand-up comic. I'm a sit-down humorist. Okay? Big difference. Stand-up comedians get hemorrhoids. Sit-down humorists don't. Bernie's voice is lower. Okay. I'm going to lower my voice a little bit. Down to these registers. Thank you. Let's listen into Bernie.
We are going.
Secretary.
As he said, I've said the same thing for years. I didn't say anything different tonight. We are going to extend the Social Security Trust Fund. There is still something called Congress. Now, I happen to support Democrats, and I want to get Democrats to take back the majority in the United States Senate. So a lot of what we're talking about can actually be implemented when I am president.
Hold on, I got to admit.
Go ahead, Senator.
Maybe I'm a little bit confused. Are you or are you not supporting legislation to lift the cap on taxable income and extend Social Security for 58 years and increase benefits? Yes or no?
I have said yes. We are going to pick the best way or combination. Or a combination of ways. You know, it's always a little bit challenging because, you know, if Senator Sanders doesn't agree with how you are approaching something, then you are a member of the establishment. Well, let me say this. Let me say that.
How can she say these things?
The Social Security Trust Fund, we've got some good ideas to do it. Let's get a Congress elected that will actually...
I'm going to try to talk a little lower when I'm doing Bernie voice, okay? It's controlled, but it's loud.
New York Daily News.
Yes, Secretary, Senator, please. Are a member
This is a reader of the Daily News who sent us a question for you. Just a second, Senator. Hannah Green wants to know your position.
I want to know Hannah Green's position. I mean, is she missionary style, or what is she into? Well, thank you very much. I am not a lying scumbag. How could you say that? I have a daily bowel movement, and I don't lie at all. I even told you the truth about that. If I didn't have a daily bowel movement, would you think I would lie about that? Thank you. I rest my case. Now, Clinton flip-flopping all over the place, yeah. Expect to work 18-hour days. The president needs to stay working 18 hours a day. And he has to love his job. Unlike Barack Obama, who probably spends a lot of time with Reggie Love. Reggie, why don't you come over and we'll play a little one-on-one basketball, if you know what I mean. Well, sure. Michael won't be joining us. I mean, Michelle. Cowbell time. Okay, we have a request for a cowbell. Cowbell on tap, as promised. All right. You know, this whole fantasy that the Democrats and the Republicans have that ISIS is this terrible threat. ISIS is the concoction of a long-term policy by the CIA. They have been pushing the propaganda on the American people for so long. We all know it. We all know we're being played. And the elitists, they think they can still do this. They can still BS us. So they keep talking about ISIS when they really need to be focusing on the low-cost electricity solutions. Yes. Carbon looping. Innovations in fresh water, like for Flint, Michigan. Is Garland Jewish? I'm not in any way going to prison. I've never done anything wrong. I'm an absolutely perfect citizen. I'm a stellar citizen. How can you say those things? Wow, that's hurt my feelings. I feel bad now. They're calling me names. Hey, you know, we still have that razor. So how about this built-in obsolescence? Have you noticed that when you get batteries that are rechargeable, they last like four or five times? 1983 NiCad battery, and it sounds this good. Yeah. Ooh. I save a lot of money on razors, by the way, using this. No, David was a popular name during the 1960s. Yeah, I'm not Jewish, but thank you for asking. A phrase isn't utterly loopy, no. Carbon looping is a simple process by which we simply bring in a tremendous amount of particulates from the smokestacks outside of chimneys. I don't mean your wood stove, but that could happen. We could have a wood stove module that could go on every rooftop. That would be entirely possible. Create a carbon pack, have it run on kinetic energy. Yeah, absolutely. But more importantly, we're going to be dealing with the smokestacks above industry, especially the fuel refining industry and the Dow Chemicals industries. These are the things that would respond well to my concept of hybrid capitalism. Pretty cool. I came up with the wording, by the way. Hybrid capitalism. Yeah, Sarah and I wrote it together, though. Yeah, particulates. That's right. No, I'm not talking about CO2. CO2 is good. Plants need CO2. Plants use CO2 to survive. Laura and I, we limit our carbon dioxide use. I actually, Sarah and I have a very low carbon footprint. Mine is even lower than hers because I stopped breathing out. I just breathe in now. Occasionally you'll hear me gasp for air, but it's cool. I just refuse to breathe out. I'm suffering from human guilt. The guilt, you know, it's beyond white guilt, believe me. I don't have white guilt, thank God. But you may not even believe in God, so thank imaginary person that you atheists don't believe exists. Yeah. It's okay. You don't have to believe in God. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. We accept you on a political level. We don't judge you here. You're a joke? How dare you? You don't understand a word I say. How can you even call this a joke? You can't even comprehend what I'm saying. Many of you are suffering from the delusion that you're going to sit there and watch these two people who are boring as hell, where he talks like this and is constantly promising people things. And she's out there trying to grow testicles all over herself and be a big lesbian bulldyke. Yeah, you heard me. I don't think she would make a good biker bulldyke, do you? Could you see Hillary in like studs and, you know, big old belt? No, I don't think it would work. I never went on a trip with Henry Kissinger. Henry, will you tell these people that I've never been on a trip with you anywhere? Please, go ahead, Henry.
David, you're working against the New World Order. I will not work with you anymore, David.
Okay, go back to bed. Thank you. Yeah, we don't get along, Henry and I. No, we don't have to lie about people watching us around the world. They really are. And Vaughn is keeping them from coming in and chatting. So we've got thousands of people around the world now watching our show. They come here for cowbell. It's very important to them. Yeah, if you guys want to get a job, go get it, search online, get a recorded class. You could even get a complete knowledge base without a degree for free at mit.edu. I told you I had a good bowel movement, so don't say that. Okay. I'm not working on a budget. I have hundreds of thousands of people watching us right now, thank goodness. Welcome from all the people in Japan, and I welcome the people in South Korea. I want you to know that I want to work collaterally to minimize government prosecution of your industries. I'm upset that Japanese companies like Honda and Toyota have been attacked by our Department of Transportation. I'm absolutely offended. They make excellent cars. Honda and Toyota could work together to help us create a U.S. auto corporation that could produce a vehicle that could get 100 miles per gallon. So I'm anticipating a U.S. auto corporation. Bernie doesn't have that idea. A U.S. auto corporation would produce a car that would be a 4-passenger car that would cost right around $15,000. That's what hello. Konnichiwa. Yes. I'm learning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so. I would definitely eviscerate all of them, yes. In a debate, real time. I can think faster than Bernie on steroids. Yeah. You notice how he struggled a little bit with his memory? He couldn't respond directly to the revealing his IRS account, so he shifted gears and pretended like he's going to reveal all the backdoor meetings he's had with corporate executives. He just admitted he's had backdoor meetings with corporate executives. I mean, what was he saying? Is anybody going to hold him to that statement? No, this is not a cheap wig. This is my real hair. Let's talk about issues, guys. We got plenty of time. I've got another hour and 10 minutes. Yes, I can. I can do a lot of things. Well, let's be clear. Would you like to watch the incredible spread of 5 major religions? I'll play it in the background. Hinduism, Judaism. Many of you are fascinated by this timeline. Let me play it for you. It's really cool. How the 5 major world religions spread. Okay, I'll turn the music down so you won't have to listen to it. Yeah. Abraham, born in the Ur. Israelites conquer Canaan. It's kind of a cool visual. I just don't think we need to listen to Hillary and Bernie debate about the same things over and over again. Same talking points. Now you can listen to me. That's right. You know, that's very derogatory, and using ChatDar, we are muting and purging any kind of statements as derogatory as what you just wrote. I'm not here for personal gain, so you guys, you can go ahead and choose materialistic pigs like Bernie and Hillary and Donald. Feel free. I'm not a person who's materialistic, so. I do believe I'm a little too close. There we go. I was wondering why I was so close to the camera. Okay. I love free speech. You guys can speak all you want here. I only purge people who are derogatory and denigrating. See how the green is spreading Islam? Let's focus on how that spread through the Ottoman Empire during those eras. That's right. As we move forward in time, the age of discovery begins, and as you know, Juana Pérez Serra went to the U.S. and South America, spreading the gospel of the Lord. And then the purple Christianity started spreading rapidly. Yeah. Isn't this great visual? I just think this is a well done little piece. The partition of Africa begins. And then the wars in Africa between the Christians and the Islamic people. Yeah. The state of Israel is established. Yeah. So there we are, kind of like the sum total of a timeline. Okay, let's go to a nanoreplicants. These are neurons that actually, this is a design for a nanobot replacing a neuron. And some people believe that this is more than just a design, this is actually being put into use. These things can actually leave an aircraft and fly down and land in your lungs and migrate through your limbic system to the brain. Yeah, this is what they're talking about. It's a potential nanorobot that they're creating that will go in and lodge onto your neurons and then force you to think about, some things that you don't want to think about. Total control of the human species. What do you think about that? Are you okay with having nanobots dropped in your face from airplanes? Everyone like that idea? You're digging the idea? Oh yeah, I could use a nanobot. Yeah, and then the doctors will say, well, you obviously need an injection of more nanobots to make yourself feel better, Mr. Smith. You're okay with the New World Order? Wow, you guys are really lost. They're going to try to control your brain and install biometrics in your body and force you to be RFID chipped. You didn't know that? And while they're doing that, they'll kill you too, because that's their aim is to depopulate. So you're okay with that? Wow. Yeah, vaccines are full of these nanobots. See these things? Yeah, so many of you are getting them injected, airborne in nanobots. How do you like that? You're liking that, don't you? Be very scared. That's right. Comb. I don't have a wig. This is my hair. Is this better? How do you know I am not a robot? Robot. Sounds like a song. Bot, robot. Bot, robot. Let's get a backbeat going. We got to get something going here. Yeah, bot, robot. I can feel it. I got a bullet on my hands here. Not a real bullet, but a, musical bullet. Bot, robot. Okay, I'm losing inspiration. Okay, forget it. It is insane, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on. Let's go. Come on, people now. Cry on your brother. Everybody get together. Bot, robot. Bot, robot. What's going on here? Yeah. I bring you the future with Hillary. Bot, robot. Bot, robot. Yeah. I don't think that's working with the beat. Yeah, so we want low cost electricity. We don't want nanobots in our bloodstream. Could you tell somebody in the scientific community to get their act together? So they're creating these things instead of solving cancer. Can you believe this? Okay, this is a story I don't want to even show you, but I'm going to show it to you anyway. Child pornography found at high levels of the government. I couldn't believe this. It's a story that was uncovered by the mainstream media. Look at this. I'll give you the link. It's from the Black Vault. Check it out. The aim at Operation Flicker was to shut down child pornography on the internet, but in the process they found that many government and military personnel were viewing and downloading child pornography on their work computers. Did you hear about this in the news? I never heard about this. It just shows you how completely ridiculous the system is that overlooks these things. Federal investigators have identified members of the U.S. military and defense contractors who allegedly bought and downloaded child pornography at times on government computers. Some of the individuals have high-level security clearances. Seriously. Okay, 231, you are officially banned. Thank you. DT, you don't have to listen to that anymore. Sorry that attack occurred. I'm sorry, I remiss in not stopping that person. Thank you. So this is pretty screwed up. Declassified documents here at this website if you want to look at the whole investigation. It dates back to 2009 and 2015, but I can tell that the government is so powerful that they've got all these molesters that are getting away with it. So that's something to be concerned about. Now, I'm going to give you some tips on how to stay young from a Shaolin monk. And people are saying, is this your secret sensei? No. It's not my secret sensei. I can't do that. I can honestly say I cannot do that. Wow. Okay. According to 10 tips from a Shaolin monk on how to stay young. Number 1, don't think too much. Thinking takes energy. Yes. Let's start with number 1, okay? I know this means you want to live longer and stay young. I'm going to try to not think about anything here. Thinking takes energy. Thinking can make you look old. Okay. Don't talk too much. Most people either talk or do. Better to do. Okay, well that rules me out because I talk too much. I'm a big talker. When you work for 40 minutes and then stop for 10 minutes. When you look at something all the time, it can damage your eyes and also your internal organs and peace. It damages your peace. Yeah, I think my peace is damaged here, you know? I'm damaging my peace here. There's no hair piece, buddy. I told you that. Number 4, when you are happy, you need to control your happiness. If you lose control, then you damage your lung energy. Oh, so don't be too happy. Okay, don't walk around going, oh, I'm so happy. Okay. Thank you. Number 5, don't worry too much or get angry because this damages your liver and your intestines. That's why I didn't get too angry the other night when we had a little spiff in our room with scissor fight. Yeah, he was very upset at me though. And I don't know if he's coming back. I invited him back and I said I was sorry, but we'll see. Number 6, when you eat food, don't eat too much. This is super important, folks. Always make sure you're not quite full, as this can damage your spleen. When you feel a bit hungry, then eat a little. So no more buffets and 12 plates for Dave. No mention of masturbation yet. I'm anxious to see if the Shaolin Temple teaches masturbation. Number 7. When you do things, take your time, don't hurry too much. Remember the saying, hasten slowly, you will soon arrive. And like my dad always said, there's no hurry or race to the graveyard. And number 8, if you do physical exercise all the time and you never do Qigong, this makes you lose your balance and you'll become impatient. You lose the yin of your body. Exercise balancing the yin and the yang. Let me get my kata stance here. I'm going to do an internal yin kata. Okay. Mr. Anderson. Here we go. Number 9. If you never exercise, just peace, meditation, soft training, and Qigong, then this doesn't give you yang energy, so you use up your yang energy. So you got to do a little bit of exercise. According to the Shaolin monk, Shaolin Gong Fu gives you everything. The purpose of your training is to balance your yin and yang, and how many hours is not important. It is down to knowing what your body needs. I love it. Thank you. 10 of the great messages from Master, the ultimate master, Shaolin. I don't even think that's him. All right. Well, that was great. You know, I'm going to take that as a death threat, and you have been notified. Gosh, can you believe that? People threatening people in rooms, that should be prosecutable. We need to do something. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I can do this all day long. I did this original musical piece on acid by Sony. Pretty nice, huh? I'm proud of my work. I remember when Shaolin Secret Sensei said to me, "Grasshopper, can you snatch the pebble from my hand?" "Yes, master." "Well, then do it, you slowpoke." Yeah. You don't remember David Carradine, do you? Some people actually believe that David Carradine died fighting against child slavery and child exploitation and human trafficking. Some people believe that he died literally in Bangkok, pursuing a very weird and cultic group of human traffickers. Yeah, David Carradine, the great, I'm 210. David Carradine is the great kung fu expert, Kwai Chang Caine, as you know. I'm out rather enjoying the master in Tai Chi, maybe. I'm rather enjoying the interaction with the guests tonight. I'm still here. Okay, we're going to put a little less tan on the show. There you go. Is that better? Okay. That was great. Well, I can tell you, DT Laura, that Keith Carradine researched the death of David Carradine and found he spent $30,000 investigating it, and he found that David Carradine was actually killed. It was a homicide, and our government hasn't even investigated it beyond that. Thank you for being a guest. This is not a hair piece. This is my hair. I use a thing called shampoo and conditioner. Yeah. I get so much heat for having hair. Beautiful hair, long, shiny hair. And people just don't get it. I mean, it's like when you're born with great hair, you have to take good care of it. And there were times when I was abusing my hair. And I found a secret to getting better hair, by the way. Some of you are lucky enough to have hair. One of the best things you can do is take a vitamin pill. Yes, I could brush it. Take a vitamin pill. Well, I was going without vitamin pills, and I noticed that if I take a vitamin pill now, I feel better. It just reinvigorated my scalp. And then I do a few other things to help out. Drink plenty of fluid, rehydrate, try not to masturbate too much. These kinds of things help your hair grow. Confucius say, masturbate less, live longer life. Yeah. A lot of you should take heed to what I say. All right. Oh, I don't have two hair pieces. That's just a lie, salty dog. You're really out to... And you, sir, I'm going to mute you. Telling me horrible things in the chat room. I can't even tell you what they're saying to me, folks. If you're watching this recorded broadcasting in archive history, and it's 2025, and you're looking back in this time period, I'm dealing with the most mindless trolls. Some of them are just absolutely gone, and then great supporters. And as a testimony to this chat room, this is a time capsule of sorts of what I consider to be relative dumbing down of America. I mean, it's obvious in the chat room. They're delivering fluoride in our water system, forcing people to have vaccinations. They put GMOs in the food products here. If you're an alien species watching this in the year 2525, I'm against the chemicals that the human race is dumping in the atmosphere and the fluoride in the water system. In the year 2525, man will be having sex with test tubes. Something like that. David, did you hear that Ted Cruz likes to beep, 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 beep? I did not know that. Thank you for sharing. I have to sometimes censor myself. I have the operational censorship capability during my beep show. If you beeping chatters continue doing that, I'm going to have to beep you. All right. That was fun. Did we not like all the different tips we got to live longer, even you scumbags who are trolls? Yeah, many of you don't understand how to communicate. I'm here to help you. Japan loves Mr. David and Mrs. Sarah. Thank you so much, Japan. I would love to help you with the technology dilemma you're facing with Fukushima. I really would. We could bore a hole in it. We have a giant hole boring tool we just used in Seattle. I could ship it over to Japan. What do you say we put a robot onto that bored hole and, drill a hole right through the slurry itself and suck it all out, and then put it through a fast breeder reactor and neutralize 97% of nuclear waste, making more energy for Japan. Ask Shinzo Abe if he'd like some help with the tunneling operation. We could ship that over to Japan anytime. It's a big unit, though. It's hard to move around. We just dug 300 feet, linear feet under the viaduct out in Seattle at great expense. Yeah. All right. Any other questions? Maybe you believe we have underground cities. Some of you are off in conspiracy wonderland. We have a show on Monday where we talk about that. The possibilities are enormous. We open the door to all your theories, except, of course, flat earthers. I'm starting to alienate them now. They buy the BS of the alien agenda and the flat earth. It's just such BS. I don't mind discussing the possibility of aliens, though, on Monday. I don't have a problem with that. We do need full disclosure. Most people don't realize that Stephen Greer actually found a really interesting alien fossil. Hi, Sarah.
Oh, right. Well, he didn't find it, but he did send a team to analyze it.
Well, they found out who it is and what it is exactly. It is the fossilized remains of Beavis from Beavis and Butthead. As you can see, the facial construct is identical. And that in and of itself is a significant find, I think, because everyone were wondering exactly what Beavis looked like and how he was born as an alien subspecies. But that's a problem. All right, so no, seriously, this is the alien species.
Thank you. Awesome.
A good chuckle, thanks. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we've had a lot of derogatory guests here. Would you like, I'm going to go guest off for Sarah's time here. She deserves a good time with all of you.
Thank you.
And guests, you can always chat later with me. Verbally abuse me like you try to do. Okay, by the way, I want to suggest that real quick, let me go off mic for a second. All right, I had to just talk privately to Sarah. Thank you. You can't read my lips behind my hand. You read lips behind hands too? That's pretty good. So wasn't that a great non-debate that they had tonight, where Bernie's screaming? They talk about the same things. It's always about the wealth of the rich people, which Hillary's one of them. And then Hillary defending her establishment connections, claiming she's an establishment person. And Hillary was screaming, and then Bernie was screaming. It's a screaming party. The Democrats have become screaming people.
We're not members of Mensa. However, I kind of feel like I'm a little smarter than Mensa. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I do too.
Thanks for the scholarship.
Yeah.
I appreciated it.
Yeah, Sarah got a scholarship from Mensa to go to college, a little bit of money. It's great. Let's take a look here.
But I don't need to pay you money to tell me how smart I am. I just let you, give me a scholarship, so that tells me how smart I am.
There you go. So this is as close as you're going to get to an alien, according to Stephen Greer. It is an actual fossilized alien that Stephen Greer has located. And I'm not so sure. It does have a DNA that is very similar to human DNA, but it's not the same. So it could have been put in a blender and then a fixative glue was used, that it's non-toxic.
Hi, Nix.
Whoever created this little piece with a electron microscope is probably, incredibly artistic, or it really is a fossilized remains of an alien. Just so you know, it does exist. It has had no teleplay, and I wanted to give it a little bit of teleplay. I was kidding about being Beavis. But many people, think that this little alien is really, the real deal. It's the real deal. You think it's real, Sarah?
It's tiny. It just fits in your hands. It's like, so that's kind of hard to believe that it's real when it's so tiny.
I know. It's like a miniature.
Well, it's just hard to believe that something is intelligent that would be that tiny.
You're right. I'm much bigger.
It's like one of those limited edition figures, someone said.
Yeah, really. I don't think I'm an alien, Sarah, so there's nothing to worry about. But this is definitely an alien.
Yeah, it does seem like an alien for sure.
But the question is it just an artificial alien?
And how intelligent can it be?
Is it a real alien or is it a fake alien? That's the question. Could it be a real alien or a real fake alien? It's like artificial imitation margarine, Margarine was originally designed to be butter, but it does have my coloring.
It's
right.
Fake for real.
It's really fake. It's really fake. I don't know, but Stephen Greer needs a little bit more approval. We, as
glad to hear it, Tepex State.
We'll give Stephen Greer a credible discussion at the White House, and I will invite him for a personal conversation on camera to talk about the existence of aliens. And I want to take him seriously. I think he is the real deal, Stephen Greer.
Yeah.
Okay. Just so you know, I support full disclosure, guys. I really do.
Full disclosure.
If they really do exist. All right. Well, we got bigger problems in America.
David's like a total disclosure person.
Yeah, I am.
I mean, he talks about everything.
I'm pretty much right out there in the open on all issues. And, my upfront nature gets me in trouble.
Yeah.
I have a constant problem. Some people are very sensitive in our chat room, and when I blurt out and make statements, they get very upset. Mm-hmm. And I don't realize how much that hurts to be told things, but I'm telling them honestly how I feel. So it's difficult.
Sometimes people don't want to hear how you feel; they want you to hear how they feel.
I know. I do want to listen to you.
One of those things.
I want to listen to all of you. So I'm going to spend the rest of the time just sitting back and
reading the chat.
I'll read the chat.
Maybe eating your dinner.
Ooh, I'd like to have dinner. Yeah, I think I will have a little bit of my mock lobster salad that I made. Okay, so I was talking about the importance of low-cost electricity, solving the fresh water problem, and getting me on the ballot as a write-in candidate in America's 2016 election. So, and all of these ideas pretty much are.
David made a pasta salad for dinner. Tasted pretty good.
Did you have some?
Yep.
Oh, good. Okay, good. Thank you. All right, great. And we'll pull this back. I'm just trying to get that.
Who would want those antique?
Out there.
They're pretty comfortable.
But who wouldn't want lower cost electricity? That's my point. They don't talk about the specifics, but that's really what the American people need. Because we're facing higher electricity bills all the time. Everybody in America is still doing that.
That's good. I'm glad you like that.
There it is.
No, we're not part of the Republican National Convention.
No, we're not. We're centrists. We're forming this third party, and we've been doing this for 7 years.
It's called a third party because we're not Republican and we're not Democrat. We're totally different. What a concept. Oh, thank you, Tepex State. Yeah. I don't know how much money I need in the bank to feel like I was spoiled or to feel like I should spoil myself. I mean, I take care of myself, though. I'll say that. It's but I like what I do. I think that's a huge issue. I think that everyone should do what they love. And then if you did what you love, then it doesn't feel the work doesn't feel as tedious. I mean, you're still always going to have some days where you feel tedious, but it's like, hey, I really enjoy it, so it doesn't feel so bad. One, and two, it's kind of nice to get paid doing what you enjoy doing. Chameleon, you want to give me a YouTube video to watch? Well, it depends on what it's about. No thanks. Oh, we need to form a third party. Good, I'm glad he said that, Amanda V. Alright, good night. Take care. A cute micro pig? I don't know if I want to watch that. I'm not that interested in pigs. I mean, you go ahead and do your pig, look at the pigs and all that, that's fine, but I'm just not in that. Alright, so I was going to check out the news a little bit. Formulate a party, that's what we're doing. A strong quake in Japan killed at least 9 people, but they say the nuclear plants are safe. And nearly 1,000 people are injured. It hit in southwestern Japan, toppling houses and leaving thousands without power. Wow. The South Korean military said that North Korea's missile launch has failed. And Justin Trudeau wants to legalize assisted suicide in Canada. Potential bacon, yep, you could raise a pig and raise some bacon. Something about Roger Stone. I guess I'll look into that. The U.S. Defense Secretary is going to visit a carrier in disputed South China Sea. The couple who sat with Lincoln on the night of his assassination, that should be interesting. It's been 151 years since John Wilkes Booth crept into the presidential box at Ford's Theater and fatally shot Abraham Lincoln. You know how it ends. Lincoln died the next morning. Booth was shot and killed later on April 26. Mary Todd Lincoln was left to mourn her shattered family. But the Lincolns were not alone. Ulysses S. Grant and his wife Julia declined an invitation to accompany the president, deciding to visit their children in New Jersey. Clara Harris, daughter of New York Senator Ira Harris, and her fiance Major Henry Rathbone. Rathbone tried to grab the assassin. Booth responded by using a Bowie knife to slash Rathbone's arm, splitting it open from shoulder to elbow and slicing through a major artery. The massive amounts of blood found in the presidential box belonged to Rathbone, not Lincoln. Lincoln actually bled very little. And he was appointed to the U.S. consul in Hanover, Germany. Interesting. I did not know you were from Spokane. I guess Antique collects all the people that are from Washington, like me. You have Enoch tagged. Okay. Beast mode. Anne has no idea. You think Anne has a federal job? Didn't know you had a federal job. You're like, he could be in beast mode. I'm in average mode. Alright. An Israeli soldier is going to be charged with manslaughter in the shooting of a Palestinian assailant. Wow, 20 miles north of Spokane, up in the boonies. Nice. My thoughts on feeding infants rice cakes. Well, they're really dry and they could get caught in the throats of kids. So I would not really feed a rice cake to an infant. I would rather feed an infant rice that's been like cooked and then blended up, like rice pudding. But I mean, I like rice cakes, but I would not feed one to an infant. I try not to give out too much. I mean, but the pressure's on. The test is coming. Yeah, I guess they would. I guess people feed them crackers, but a rice cake just seems really dry. Wow. True, Noble Washman. I kind of do trust Gerber, but I mean, you can always feed, I would say you could make homemade baby food. You get, I mean, especially with how much people invest in Gerber. I would get a thing called a Vitamix if I had a kid, and cook up vegetables, cook up apples.
You know, I met the lady
you can make your Vitamix everything for your baby.
I met the lady that started Earth First. When I was doing marketing and organic food, and she started from an apartment making her own baby food.
Oh, that's cool.
And she sold her company and she made a lot of money, but she made organic baby food. Kind of cool how these people, entrepreneurs, can do that.
Yeah, that's cool.
Is the debate still going on? Wow.
I guess
They're
it
really
is.
All right.
Okay, let me pull it in. I don't know what that is. I just have to get rid of some of these pictures. I guess this is the debate's over now. Because they have, like, now they just have like people talking about it. The debate reactions. Do you guys want to hear those? I can just leave that. How about that? I guess babies could do juice cleanses. That would be okay. You like peach Gerbers? I think I like peach Gerbers too. Maybe it is loaded with GMOs. Well, avoid papayas, cotton. There's only a few things that are GMOs for sure. I know it's over. Oh well. What are you saying, Abnormal? I don't understand what you were saying. You were given all the tools you need in this world, as were you. I guess. I guess we all are. Well, they say breast milk is the best thing for the baby, especially the colostrum, right when they're born, because that has a lot of the antibodies that the kid needs to fight, the baby needs to fight off infection. Yeah, breast milk is definitely better than formula for a baby. I would say. A Curious Case of Vitamins and Me.
This content is currently unavailable.
The content is unavailable. That looks kind of cool. I bet David would like that. Great documentary. The Curious Case of Vitamins and Me. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I wish they didn't want to have war with all these people. I think that's sad. Well, you really think that microwaves injure your food? Fire time? That's true, then I guess I have injured food. I eat quite a bit. I do. I mean, I'm not like, I don't eat processed food, but I reheat my food using a microwave. I didn't realize, for those of you that live in Washington, I was just talking to some people the other day, and they said that Yakima, Washington is like one of the most, it's like a city where the people living there are afraid for their lives living in there. Like, it's a dangerous city. I totally did not know that about Yakima, Washington. Kind of crazy. Afraid for their lives, I guess it's just dangerous. Yeah, a lot of illegals Mexicans live there. Maybe that's why. Hey, Busy, how have you been? Have you been busy? Is that why you haven't been here? Oh. High drug city and small city, too. Maybe it is. I guess a lot of people go there because there's a lot of farmlands near there. So I guess that's why it's full of immigrants and people that are coming from outside. I don't know. I'm sure you could cook a banana with a fun panel. You might be able to dehydrate it. You're not busy at all.
You could make a pretty hot banana, yeah. That's pretty interesting. So who's this guy?
The Curious Case of Vitamins and Me. I don't know.
Well, he certainly likes you. Hey, Sarah. How you doing? I came alive just to say you're looking cute there.
I think you'd have to go down a little bit. Maybe. I don't know. No, it's looking like you. Okay.
Hi.
It just looks weird.
Well.
All right.
Hi. Expired Heim. That's a good name.
I'm glad you're well. Busy. Yeah, the boys are back in town.
The boys are back in town.
Twinkies in a waffle iron. I've never tried that. I don't know if I will.
Let's brave the guest chat now.
All right. Hi, guests.
So yeah, that mock lobster was pretty dang close to lobster salad there. I was amazed. I'm getting this combination of ingredients. Amazing what you can do with a little bit of ingenuity. $4, I made enough salad to last, a family of 4, 2 days for lunches. Yeah, well, you're going to have to start to learn to conserve. Sarah and I learned in 2000 to conserve, and we've been able to save money, living below our means, and it's been a very good thing. It's finding a sustainable lifestyle is a really freeing feeling. You don't have to work so much. You don't have to constantly get calls from bill collectors going, "You're overdue. and you have to face the late payments. You know that Americans have paid $36 billion last year in late payments?
Wow.
It's huge. Late payments and overcharges.
Yeah.
Crazy. Or I think it was ever since Dodd-Frank passed, they paid $36 billion in late Frank. But Dodd-Frank really screwed people over.
David more than satisfies me.
I've never seen lobsters in the past due section at my market. I've seen them in the frozen section for $5 a lobster tail. Yeah. So I think getting something close to that was kind of nice. I'm trying to minimize access to radiated materials, so I had cans of clams that I got at the dollar store from New Hampshire. They're coming into the dollar store from New Hampshire. They can clams out there. And so it's Atlantic clams with the juice goes in the pasta, essentially, with chopped up carrots that kind of look something like lobster.
Yes, you can definitely drink milk that's 1 day expired, even up to a week that's past the due date. The date is really like a best buy date. It doesn't mean it's bad.
Yeah.
You can eat it. I mean, I actually heard that from a dairy farmer.
Yes.
Said, yeah, you can drink it past the date.
So then I add 10-year-old sardines that were smoked, at least 10-year-old sardines, pre-Fukushima sardines I picked up from Latvia. And I got them 10 years ago at a wholesale food supplier for 50 cents a can. And they're put in soybean, or not soybean, they're put in sunflower oil. They say sunflower oil is better than any of the oils because it's not GMO. So that's a guarantee. Canola is definitely GMO. So try to avoid canola at this point if you're avoiding GMOs. But yeah, you mix it all together and the smoky flavor of the sardines, as long as there's no bones in there, because you don't want to eat bone fragments. So I pull any skeletal remains or fins off of the back end of them. But they break right up and they imbue that seafood taste. So I'm on a seafood diet right now. I see food and I eat it. And it's good. It's really good. Olive oil is not GMO. Good to know. All right, melted cheese. That's a nice picture. Yeah, so solving America's problems technologically is going to be a challenge.
How do they serve it? Oh, they serve it on top of the wheel. Wow.
Okay, it's like serving melted cheese. There's our chat room, by the way, folks, if you want to see what our chat room looks like.
Wonder Woman!
Wonder Woman!
There you go, that's supposed to gonna get to the theme. So.
Yeah, well, thank you for giving me Wonder Woman before you left. Are you leaving?
I could stay, I guess.
No, you're good. I am going to head on and take questions from the studio audience. All of you out in the studio audience can ask questions now. Yay! Thank you. Go ahead, caller number. Actually, our phone is available. 707 your ATP. That's 707 you are ATP.
Sharp cheddar is pretty good. Yeah, it's been aged.
That's you are ATP. Thanks, Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't really know how to respond to all of your concerns about Bernie and his addiction to your money. But I know that we don't need a socialist alternative. I know that we've got that with Barack Obama right now. And Hillary and Bernie seem to be, just borrowing again. They don't address the budget directly. And that's a common theme with the Democrats, Republicans. They've been unable to address the budget. They haven't even come up with a budget in the past 7 years. It's amazing. So. Okay, it's still going on.
They both have a lot to gain and a lot to lose right now. And it was obvious, I mean, you can still kind of feel the heat coming off the stage from back here, that they did both recognize that. But I actually thought what was really tremendous is that they do genuinely have differences on a lot of issues. And the heat, I mean, there were some political questions, important political questions that we asked, and they mixed it up on. But on everything from Israel to Wall Street to Social Security, they mixed it up on policy.
Yeah, no.
I think they're just mixed up, period. They are mixed up. Anderson Cooper said Hillary lost. Did she lose the lesbian vote or something? What does Anderson Cooper know? I mean, he was in the closet as a homosexual for how many years before he outed himself? I mean, why would we refer to Anderson Cooper, the known CIA shill, when responding to questions? I personally think that Bernie is a blowhard who has a moocher mentality and has been getting away with unbelievable atrocities as a socialist for so long that, I mean, the poor Vermont people have been wondering now. They found out all these years Bernie would never talk about legalization of marijuana, and now he talks about it. So finally, after 7 years as senator, he's introducing the idea of legalization. What about all those people that bought dime bags of marijuana in New Hampshire and Maine and in Vermont? And they could have easily been buying marijuana all these years. I mean, now, after 7 years, Bernie's talking about legalization of medical marijuana. He must have been at some sort of a residence inn in the Catskills, and he met some old woman. So how can I help you? How can I help you? You look like you're in pain.
Yes, Bernie. Well, I've been smoking doobie all my life, and I'm feeling really good.
What do you mean by this word doobie? You mean... Did she say marijuana? Oh!
He finally realized medical marijuana is something they can legalize. Yeah. But he hasn't gone for the recreational marijuana, which is clearly the key. Now, marijuana legalization is central to America's Third Party's campaign to rejuvenate the country. It's part of an ecological approach that is very green, actually. I mean, you couldn't get it more green than this. I mean, we breathe green when we talk about legalization. Here's an old sign that used to exist during the environmental movement that I was involved in many years ago. Yeah, people haven't seen this in a long time. It represents ecology. Hey, I've never had any transplants there, dude. It's the real hair. It's the real hair. Here it is. That's the way it should be. Here it is. Yeah, I have real hair, man. A spokeless bike. Look at this. Now, this is ecological. Isn't that cool? No, medical marijuana has never killed anybody. No one's ever died from marijuana, man. But you could probably crash in that bike. That's a pretty cool bike, isn't it? Fascinating, isn't it? The way the tires are connected. That is one amazing bike. Anyway, getting back to the theme of ecology. Yeah, it's really cool, yeah. Ecology could be everything from you living in a bomb shelter and the woods. That could be ecology. Hiding in your bug out bag. That could be you. Let me put mini-me in there.
Hey, everybody. I'm here in my urban complete camo netting, and no one can see me in here. Yeah. How are you?
Yeah, so you could live in your own camo net there in the middle of the forest. No one would even know you're there. That's ecological, don't you think? No, I'm not a couponer. They're wasteful. Couponers waste unnecessary amounts of. I mean, you've seen people get coupons for Arid Extra Dry, and they clean the shelves out, and they've got, yeah, I've got all the Arid Extra Dry I could ever use for the rest of eternity. Here's a pretty cool ergonomic bag for the prepper in your family. It's the backpack head coat. It's pretty cool. Yeah. I don't know where to get these. I have no idea. But yeah, let's get back to the idea of legalization. Thank you. Yeah, will we maintain a tariff of 15% on all incoming imports? That's my plan. Anderson is. He's a Vanderbilt and he's an Astor. And he's probably an a-hole, too. I don't know him personally. Yeah, he just seems so pompous. It's like, oh, yes. He's like a pompous attitude. I don't like it. I'm more down to earth and, matter of fact kind of guy. Okay, check out the reason why we need to legalize marijuana. Number one, it stops cancer growth. It's been proven to do this. Reduces neurological impairment, which is great for a lot of people suffering from PTSD. Relaxes your muscles, anti-spasmodic, so if you have like facial tissues, it'll make you a lot better. And it prevents migraines. I understand people with cluster headaches get benefits from smoking the ganja. The ganja man. And then you put a little bit of the ganja with the coconut and rub it all over. And then it treats glaucoma. People say that maybe if you have glaucoma, it has some benefit. It treats ADD and ADHD. And AD. It reduces IBS, irritable bowel syndrome, and Crohn's disease. That's good to know. Cures epilepsy. I mean, hello? How many of you are epileptic? Don't answer that. Prevents Alzheimer's. What was I saying? Oh, yes. Treats PMS. Postmenstrual syndrome, yes. Premenstrual syndrome. You could say it's postmenstrual. But antipsychotic. Now, that's interesting, yeah. Some people have this fallacious belief that it causes psychosis. No, and if you're genetically predisposed to doing that. Enoch has glaucoma and says it does help with my eyesight. Thank you. There's proof right there in the room. Gress319 says, Dave, is there any proof? Yeah, it's all over the place. It makes biodegradable plastic. You know that Henry Ford came up with the hemp car? Henry Ford had a hemp car made out of hemp plastic. I'm going to show it to you right now. There's even a hempcar.org. Look at that, the Ford hemp car. The hemp car Transamerica. There's enough alcohol in 1 year's yield of acre of potatoes to drive the machinery necessary to cultivate the fields for 100 years. Okay. The hemp car. Okay, let's see if we can get a picture of the photo gallery. Let's go there. Whoa. No, I want Henry Ford's hemp car. Thank you. There it is. Stronger than steel. Yeah, this car was made stronger than steel. I think what I'm going to do is do a YouTube search. There's a nice little YouTube video out there of the hemp car. But anyway, they made it really strong. And plastic, it can be completely waterproof and biodegradable. You can make hempcrete, like building materials, consumer textiles and industrial textiles, clothing, and could end deforestation, could end the dependence on oil, gas, and coal, and can be grown almost anywhere. So why haven't we legalized marijuana, folks? Why is Hillary and Bernie, they don't want a recreational legalization plan? It's wrong. Hemp car. There you go. Yeah, well, he was American hero, but he did support Hitler. You know that, right? Here it is. The hemp car.
Henry Ford's first Model T was built to run on hemp gasoline, and the car itself was constructed from hemp.
There it is. Henry Ford's. Well, these aren't drugs. These are herbs. Yeah, you're accusing marijuana of being a drug. A lot of people make that mistake. Well, let's be clear. Barack Obama smoked crack. In his book, Audacity of Hope, your president has smoked crack. And God knows what else he's smoking. I'm not supporting drugs. I'm supporting legalization of herb, man. Yeah, dude, you don't realize how many states are going for this, man. Yeah, it is a serious matter. Yeah, you need to get your head out of your ass. I'm going to give you one warning, and then you can pull your head out of your ass and flush it down the toilet. But not literally. Thank you. Dave's not here, man. Before I come to... hanging in my room. Okay. Sephiroth comes in here. He says, before I come into Sponheim's room, I stand before the American flag hanging in my room, and I say the Pledge of Allegiance out of respect for our next president. Wow, that's very, very nice of you, Sephiroth. Thank you. Many of you are... There's the hemp car right there, yeah. Isn't it amazing? Bernie has no solutions. Bernie has no ideas that he can spell out. He's just screaming all the time.
I mean, I can talk like this too. And I can tell you that we're going to promise you to get rid of the bad people in Wall Street. Hillary does not represent this movement.
I mean, this guy is going to have a heart attack. He really is. He's ramped up. He must be on beta blockers. Yeah. He won't make it past 2 or 3 weeks in the White House. I'm honest. You're voting for him because he's honest? He's been a corrupt politician for the past 7 years. You tell me what he's done in the state of Vermont. List all the things he's done. Thank you. And then I'll let you come in the room. I don't know. I bet there's a guy with paddles there saying, oh, gee, I hope that this isn't the day for Bernie. Oy vey. I mean, come on. This guy is so power hungry. He reeks of power hunger. I want somebody who's disconnected to the material world. Bernie's into these really rich cars. Yeah, he's driving that R8. Look it. I can imitate Bernie any way I want. I can do blackface to impersonate the president that you Democrats voted for. Yeah, I can do whatever you want. I am a person who believes in free speech. You are obviously a Democrat. The Democrats don't believe in free speech. This is a really boring device I want to show you. It bores massive holes in tunnels. You can imagine how effective this would be in creating a civil defense system for America. That's the kind of technology I'm going to deploy as president to help all cities have safety areas to go to. You know, there are more safety places and civil defense places in Tehran than there are in any of our cities, except for DC. It's like unbelievable. We don't even care about the potentiality of a war and defending our nation. We can't even imagine it. Cars powered by hemp, built out of hemp plastic, because we literally are relying on the same ancient two-party system to solve problems. It is corrupt. What is wrong with you Democrats and you Republicans? They're never going to legalize marijuana. They're never going to make this a legal use plan for all use. They're never going to do it. The voters need to do this, and I will do it for you. No, I'm not gay, man. Yeah, there's something wrong with you. I think you're attracted to me or something. I think that you're like a homosexual Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Is it because you're gay, Mr. Anderson? Is it because you simply want to touch other men, Mr. Anderson? What is it that makes you so gay? Yeah. I can't go on vacation anymore. I've decided that the best thing for me to do is just cower in fear and watch the internet and all the dangerous things that are happening around the world. I know people, and I'm not going to name names, but I know people that are absolutely, literally addicted to fear porn. Yeah. They watch the internet, they listen to all these fear mongers on the internet that are getting free money from the government. The government's handing out money if you are a fear monger. Okay, JFK Jr. told the world who murdered his father, but nobody was paying attention. This is from the Millennium Report. Now, this is a story that broke on Rents.com. Jeff Rents broke this story many years ago. Let's see if it's the same one. Yep. They are posting the same story, I'll bet. Yeah, JFK Jr. was onto something. He was approached by a guy named True Ott. And True Ott was a health food guy. And he had a couple of health food chains, and he wanted to advertise it at George. So he wanted to get closer to JFK Jr. because True Ott had a box that was in his accountant's office that was the records that were kept of the JFK assassination. And they pointed directly at George H.W. Bush. All of it implicated him. And True Ott did this great interview on Rents.com. I should get it for you. But better yet, just read the article. Thanks for giving me the Millennium Report. Yeah. Pot calling the kettle marijuana. Yeah. I'm not a fearmonger, no. I'm putting out a third party, man. I'm taking chances. I'm actually articulating a way out. All those people on the internet are telling you there's no way out. I'm telling you how and where and how we're going to do it. I mean, calling me a fearmonger is hardly the case. Yes, I'm making you worried about the two-party system to sell you on a third party, but I give you a solution. Well, you may not agree with Jeff Rents or what he does, but you know, I can tell you it is a credible story from True Ott. And that story from JFK, this is the Millennium Report. They wouldn't run this story if it didn't have some merit. It turns out that JFK Jr. had acquired that box from True Ott of papers that were copies of all the transactions that went down during, they like to keep meticulous copies. These sickos that do these things, they keep records. I'm serious. It's like you know how a serial killer will keep some sort of a trophy? You've seen enough crime dramas to know that they keep trophies of some sort. Well, these people keep records. And JFK Jr. acquired the records from True Ott. And he was willing to buy them. And True Ott gave them to him. And said, no, you need to get these in the right hands, the right people. So JFK Jr. goes home, sets up a plane trip to, apparently he was going to fly to D.C., I believe, and hand them over to a district court. That night that he flew off, and this is a very interesting theory, that night that he flew off Hyannisport was the last day that JFK Jr. lived, and the following NTSB account of his death was incomplete. They never gave you the full story about JFK Jr. So there's a lot to be questioning on that issue alone. He may have been taken out. It could have been an air-to-air missile. Bottom line is, I have not seen Rents's hairdo. Let's take a look. All right. Yeah. Let's look at Jeff Rents there. Yeah, he's a cool-looking guy. Yeah. So you don't like the guy because he looks like this? Really? He looks like a mannequin. He's an American radio talk show host and conspiracy theorist. But I mean, he seriously looks like a mannequin. Isn't that amazing? I'm glad you finally found my true identity. When I take the face makeup off, you get to know who I really am. David Sponheim is Jeff Rents. I can see the conspiracy theories are going to be flying. Yes, I am not Jeff Rents. You got an 86.8% match, yeah. I mean, I don't know what to think about people with funny hair. You know, I've had really normal hair all my life, and people have accused me of looking like Phil Spector. Jack Stevens, yeah. They say Phil won't make it out of prison, and his wife has been fighting to help him, but he's deteriorating. Last summer, he had to encounter 107-degree temperatures at the prison he's in. 6 days a week. They take Saturday and they run no air conditioning in the prison, and during the dead of summer, it's like 107 degrees in there. I could only aspire to looking as good as Phil Spector in some of these photos of, you know, Phil Spector? Okay. Either way, it's not easy for Phil, and, you know, there's a good possibility he may have been innocent. There was no genetic evidence pointing to any of his alleged crimes. Not one stitch of genetic DNA material. And he had the wall of sound, yeah. You know, many of you have been listening to my Tavistock Institute late night stuff that I've been playing Beatles songs. And we uncovered Badfinger. Last night, we uncovered this group, Badfinger, which was orchestrated and engineered by the Tavistock Institute as well. And what I'm finding is the Beatles, and of course Phil Spector had a lot to do with one of their albums, the Beatles actually were more than just a group. They were part of a mind control programming effort by the Tavistock Institute, which draws its roots from the Nazi Germany sociological experiments, believe it or not. I mean, it's absolutely mind-boggling to go down this rabbit hole. And then I find out that the Sloan Foundation, which is instrumental in stopping the Tribeca Film Festival, Robert De Niro from actually allowing the movie Vaxxed, the Sloan Foundation has its roots in Nazi Germany as well. And what many people don't understand is that these are the Nazis that are dug deep in our government. We need to stop the two-party system that is literally being controlled by these organizations. And they have such pull in the government, they're able to shut down any free expression of a movie like Vaxxed, which talks about the CDC and how they altered evidence to make it so vaccinations seem safe. Because it's a very, very dark plot to overly vaccinate the population. And we need to get to the bottom of this. So when I say no forced vaccinations, it really is about disclosure here. Well, you can't support either one of them here. You're asking a pejorative question, whether they want either one. It's just, I'm here running for president. I don't need to hear that. I'm not being cruel to you. You were not banned. I'm going to tell you the same thing I told Scissor Fight. We need to toughen up here. Okay? This is not for the weak of heart. You got to toughen up. Everybody has to toughen up in this effort. All right, thank you. Yeah. This is a cameo appearance of someone with a beautiful smile. Beautiful, magnanimous smile. That is something else, yeah. Smiling is infectious. Somebody told me that was Michelle Obama when somebody said that she was a woman. And she just laughed. And, yeah. But no, that's not really that funny. It's one big smile, yes. Yeah, and Jasmine Sierra Evans, gone. Grizzly Ray, yeah. We featured Jasmine Sierra Evans the other night. We talked about how she claimed to be an integral as a young child. She's kidnapped by the Illuminati, and they were the ones behind the 9/11 attack. And this woman spiels off this information, and I'm convinced they got rid of her. Rand Paul had a good position on the Tea Party, which I, of course, support the idea of fiscal restraint in our government. But Rand Paul was overwhelmed by, I believe, his naivete. He didn't realize that Donald would come at him as hard as he went. Donald would rip anybody if it meant winning the election. He's a very verbally aggressive campaigner. No question about it. I mean, he's definitely a contender. I could have been a contender. But unfortunately, without any mainstream media attention in 7 years and proof that the censorship continues against our third party, I am literally sitting there biding my time here, waiting to deliver great ideas to the American people. It literally takes a tremendous amount. I did not support Ross Perot in 1992. I wished I had. My dad was more supportive of him than I was. I'm a little bit more liberal than Ross Perot. Yeah, and we never knew anything about the New World Order back in 2000. None of us knew about this. The ones that were clued in, like Bill Cooper, the conspiracy theorist, William Cooper, he predicted 9/11 by 6 months. He actually said it was going down. And he ended up losing his life. Yeah, we're all sick of the crap too. Ron Paul gave it a try, but I was in San Francisco at the Americans Elect conference. And Ron Paul had enough votes to get on the ballot as a third party. Believe it or not. he could have gotten on the ballot in over 35 states. That's how many states Americans elect were set up to go on. And they put this contest out. I participated in it. A lot of write-in candidates participated in it. And Americans elect showed that you can get on the ballot with money. And they invested $40 million in getting on the ballot. And basically Ron Paul, all of his supporters completely backed out. And he caved into the Republican Party. But he had an opportunity to become a third-party candidate. It really did exist. I saw it. I was right there in San Francisco. I saw it right in front of me. I saw the Ron Paul support. The number of signatures that were in were more than anybody else. He could have done it. He's too old now. Yeah, so we got some good information tonight from the sensei, Shaolin priest. We've had good quality cowbell action. Now I'm going to show you something that'll be shocking as I extend the show for you guys tonight. This is the beauty secrets of the CIA. Check this out. If this doesn't get any more secretive and disturbing, I don't know what is this bad, but the CIA's venture capital arm is funding skincare products that collect DNA. I saw this last night. I'm going to give it to you right now. Give it to me. Yeah. Kincentil Sciences, a company with an innovative line of cosmetic products marketed as a way to erase blemishes and soften skins. They have a previously undisclosed relationship with the CIA. It may come as a surprise to the visitor of their site for skincare, which boasts a formula so you can feel confident and beautiful in your skin's most natural state. It involves a skin sample, a painless skin sample, only requiring water and a special detergent and a few brushes. And it's a way of getting your DNA. This is the most disturbing story I have heard in years. The CIA has described human skin as a unique, underutilized source for sample collection. No, it's not fear porn, because what I would do is automatically instigate a law against such efforts to take DNA samples illegally without your consent. Well, sure, they may give a disclosure form or something, but in no way should they be allowed to do this. This is literally ripping a hole in the fabric of our Constitution. Really? Somebody's trying to bring me down? Tell me how's that working? Yeah. I don't think anybody's bringing me down, man. My opinion on stem cells is I like stem cells. I support stem celery research. Taking celery stalks and checking their stems, and yeah, absolutely. No, seriously, I do believe it will lead to a direct solution for paraplegics, spinal cord injury, but we don't want to create a baby mill. And I think the recent discussion about Planned Parenthood has put our nation at risk. The Democrats blow this off like it's no big deal, but that guy went in 9 times, and he literally saw women and men at the Planned Parenthood talk about baby body parts as if it was some commodity you were buying on the shelf at a market. And I would not like to see that happen. We're not sure what's going on with Scissor Fight, but he had a little blowout with me and told me he didn't want to come back in the show ever. And I said, oh, sensitive much? And he didn't like that either. So it was over my position on the fear porn that a lot of people are watching that don't endorse political movements, that are getting lots of hits on YouTube right now, whereas I'm getting completely censored. So we had a little discussion there he didn't like. But hey, I said I felt sorry that he felt hurt by what I said, but I really believe that we have a lot more at stake here than having a hissy fit and leaving the show. I'm sorry, I just don't accept that. Yeah, if somebody's going to have a hissy fit, then that's fine. This is a censorship that's been going on at Vaughn. We have hundreds of thousands of viewers worldwide. Our viewers in our chat room here are limited. Yeah. Well, he didn't like what I said about one of his videos guys that he kept supporting. And frankly, I have a right to say what I meant. I really believe there are a lot of people that are just out there creating revolutions in their own little YouTube site. And it's not helping anything because no one's really working together. Even the natural news guy, Mike, he is off the grid when it comes to discussing false flags. He actually buys all the crap like the Brussels attack, the Paris attack. He believes that these are real events. You know, the natural news guy. I think his name is Mike Evans or something. But anyway, he's off the grid too. He's claiming there's an Islamic jihad going on and all the Muslims are coming to take us away. I mean, it sounds like a recipe for an insane asylum. They're coming to take us away, you know, this kind of thing. Well, I'm hoping he will come back because we really enjoy him here. Yeah, so that's a huge blow. But at the same time, nothing's going to stop me. I can't stop, and I won't stop. We'll keep doing this incessantly because it's got to be done. That's right. All right. Muslims chant down with America. I saw that. Yeah. No, Scissor Fi didn't play an active role on our show. I mean, he doesn't call in. You know, there's a lot of things he can do. He can call in. We could get him on camera. We can do a lot of things. But it's up to him, really. Some people like to have a back seat to the thing. They don't mind, working on the back. But he's been enormously helpful. Absolutely. I'm not in any way saying bad things about him. But I believe that this is a big challenge, what we have ahead. We can't let minor differences of opinion about the YouTube or internet superstars out there that are getting promoted to drive a wedge between what we're doing. But hey, if we have to drive a wedge, maybe it's the right thing to do. I don't know. I move on. It's possible, yeah. But I guess, we all have a differing view, and we come to the center of the political spectrum with the common idea. And that is that we can solve problems, that we want to solve problems. Not that voting for Bernie is going to solve problems or voting for Hillary is going to solve problems. It's got to be a community effort. And we have to open up our free press. It's been suppressed too long. We've got to get people out there, and your ideas are just as important as anybody's in government. So we've got to stop the corruption in government first and bring back the free press.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
Okay, we're in the extended show.
So let's be clear.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's Third Party.
Sponheim for president.
We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, been head on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions. Causing double visions if you ain't up to speed. You need to speed it up, partner, piano read.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's Third Party.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight.
Okay, let's stop that and let's get into the reality check tonight. We're going to go through a few videos. Okay, this is a story that I wanted to profile before the end of our show. New metallic fuel rods will make nuclear power safer. Now, I've always been unclear about nuclear, and I've wanted to reserve opinions until I could see the future of nuclear. And I've done a lot of investigations into the safety of nuclear energy. And being I was an environmentalist for many years who hated nuclear, for me to entertain the idea of a safe nuclear operation is really kind of cool. It's an evolution of sorts. So the idea of pebble reactors is very safe. Pebble reactor technology has been profiled in such magazines as National Geographic, and it's totally safe. So pebble reactor, it's not pebble. Thank you. Pebble reactor is safe. As the push to rid the world of environmentally harmful coal, the nuclear power industry is beginning to ramp up production in hopes that it can pick up some of the slack. All right, that's good. I'm open to that. Wow, that's an ominous picture. Yeah. As the new metallic fuel is one piece, it allows for better heat transfer for the cooling solution. Better heat transfer means good things for power density and cooling needs inside the plant's daily operation. Well, obviously, these types of new reactor rods look very promising. And Generation 3 and Generation 4 reactors could be retrofitted with these things. So that's a very good thing. I'm looking positively at this. And remember, we have 104 nuclear reactors in America. Many of them, 23 of them, are designed just like Fukushima. I know. I just don't really embrace the nuclear reactor technology we have today. I would rather move toward getting rid of nuclear spent fuel rods. And I will integrate a solution using my seawater pipeline and the Yucca Flats facility to create a nuclear fast breeder reactor that'll get rid of 97% of nuclear energy and create energy for Colorado and Nevada and Arizona. Yucca Flats has been mothballed. It was a $7 billion facility for storing nuclear material that Barack Obama didn't do anything with. And I really believe that this can be the key. So using our technology, our Generation 4 technology, and developing it to the highest level is really key to getting rid of those spent fuel rods. I'm going to tell you a little secret I discovered as to why we have spent fuel rods sitting around in reactors. This is going to shock you. I know this is bizarre, but the reason why they haven't gotten rid of any of them, they don't talk about any of them, Bernie doesn't talk about them, nobody talks about this. I did. Galen Windsor. I played it. I watched the whole show. Yeah. He is a nuclear reactor engineer for Hanford facility here in Washington. He's no longer living, but he testified in front of everybody on camera that the industry is keeping the spent fuel rods for profit. They actually see a lot of money in them. All that uranium is not cheap. So these greedy people, these greedy industrialists, would rather keep bins of spent fuel rods sitting in pools of water instead of neutralizing them and getting rid of them. That's another reason why we need a third party. They literally want this. I did. I played it. And Galen Windsor convinced me in that video that the idea of a China syndrome is just a movie. The likelihood of a meltdown like the China syndrome is completely not realistic. And this guy, he basically said the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has made extremely low levels of radiation deadly in your eyes. So he called it the nuclear scare. So as much as I'm concerned about the nuclear problem in Fukushima, I need to make a transition here for the human species. We need to start cleaning up this material because it poses a long-term threat to our survival. If it goes airborne, using a particular type of scientific effect called the Wigner effect, the Wigner effect breaks all this material down eventually into subatomic particles and it makes it airborne. And the Wigner effect could veritably poison the atmosphere with the spent fuel rods that are sitting there in Fukushima right now. So it's not exactly safe, but it is safer than we think it is. He swam in the water that they used to store the spent fuel rods at Hannaford. He would go swimming in the swimming tank. And he lived to be 88 years old. So, all right, cowbells it is. Thank you. Hey, Big Daddy Kane, I'm here. You're here. I'm here with you, and we're talking. All right, well, thank you, 25, whatever your name is. I think your head is up your ass, and like I said, once you get it out of your ass, flush it down the toilet. But not literally. I don't know what to do with these people. They come in here and they say negative things that... Yeah, the China syndrome is more about corporate greed, you're right. And Galen Windsor said that even 3 Mile Island was shut down for no reason. They just wanted to, make some use of the land. They didn't really care about the facility anymore. I'm going for dark roast. Yeah, I drink dark roast. Today I bought a 10-ounce container of Maxwell coffee for $2.50 at Walgreens. Maxwell House makes a pretty good black roast or dark roast. Yeah, no, you see, you got mental problems, 2512. You need to seek counsel, possibly a crisis center or something. Thank you, Big Daddy Kane. Some of you are suffering from a lot of mental grief, and you're projecting onto me on the show, and it's pretty obvious. I'm a chat forensic expert. I can read your chat and understand you pretty well. That's not a question mark. I don't have my head up my corporate ass. But you can get your head out of your corporate ass, absolutely. A 15-year-old mummy found in Mongolia wearing Adidas boots is proof of time travel. Fascinating. And the video has conveniently been removed of the mummy itself. Why don't you show me a real link there, Earth Sky? That looked a little weird. Generally, 1,500-year-old mummies don't wear Adidas. Mummyheim. Well, they are feisty. And, I'm one of the few people in the world who can actually handle the terribly disturbing level of chat dialogue in our show. Yes. All right, so we covered all the bases. We got nuclear radiation covered here. See, there's a way to actually suppress the nuclear problem. If we ever have a major problem like Chernobyl, Fukushima is one of those areas where we could build a large carapace or a crapapus, something like that. Yeah, you got some problems there, buddy. I know. Oh, you came back as another person? I'll mute you two there. No, I don't support a carbon tax at all. We've got enough carbon to not tax. Yeah, we can actually make money on the carbon. Let me create a nice big pile of something over the top of this. See how safe that is? There we go. You see, I've encountered bullies like Donald Trump all my life. I've seen people like him that take my ideas and manipulate people pretending like they're his ideas. It doesn't surprise me that people like that want total power, and being they're the greediest people in the country, and they admit to being the greediest people, it doesn't surprise me that they're vying for power, both he and Hillary and Bernie. Yeah. Live ISIS stream? Yeah. Well, they've got a good crew over there. The studio is awesome. Yeah, they're doing a great at the International Space Station. They've got this fantastic studio. It's amazing. It's impressive. The government spends a lot of money on it to make you have the illusion that we're in space. Isn't that great? Dying in my sleep. Wow. See, this is why I don't allow guest chat, guys. Threatening me in my own chat room. Yeah. Yeah, Trump seems to have some elements of what you're describing, 987. Okay, we're going to pull you out of the show too. Just because I don't like your name anymore. Yeah, we're done with you. Okay, cool. We solved that problem real quick. Now the people that think they're funny know that they're out of the show. There you go. Hey, why did they put lithium in the chemtrails back in the 70s? Well, they needed to track the way the air moved. And the lithium was dropped to determine the position of the air and the wind. And plus, it makes you feel really stupid. I don't go with a flat earth theory because it's just a diversion, just like we could talk about reptilians if you want. What we really need here is fresh water and carbon looping. We don't want to depopulate. I'm not like Bernie. I don't support cap and trade. I don't support the idea of forced depopulation. No forced vaccinations, no stopping the GMOs that are causing tumors in laboratory animals. Are you a laboratory animal? The flat universe theory is so preposterous that you might as well just go ahead and act like your parents are holograms, you know, and they're really not there. They're real people, but you can think that they're holograms for all you know. I mean, the fact is you were born from human flesh, and you have been brought into this universe. Not to defile your flesh, not to doubt the real world, and all the work that Copernicus and Galileo did. You were not born on this earth to be a mental toad, okay? You're an evolved human being. Start acting like one. Start filtering your water. Well, the flat universe theory is the predominant theory that all the flat earthers believe in. So, believe me, I understand where you're coming from, but you have no idea what you're thinking. Okay, Davey, what do you got? Let's take a look. New World Order, communism by the back door. Ooh, sounds kind of nasty. Okay, we've got some fear porn coming up. Yeah, they're going to go through the back door, the New World Order is. Here we go. Yeah, we'll feature this tonight. We'll start our little video thing off. We do videos all the way to 2 in the morning. And maybe it's the problem that, you know, I encounter a lot of people get into heated discussions at night in battle. And they start to take things really seriously. That's the problem. But yeah, we have something to be concerned about with the existence of the robotic future of mankind. You see, these right-wingers and these left-wingers are working for a corporatocracy that virtually, they want to take away our rights. They want to turn us all into a bunch of mental midgets. Just telling you. They would rather replace you and your job with a robot. Yeah, they want the New World Order because they don't need you anymore. And their agenda of depopulation is extreme. Hey, I did the math, and I'll show you what the math says. And I'm very good at math. I don't like to brag, but I did do an amazing job getting 2 years of college calculus under my belt at the age of 15. I stopped because math got disturbing. But now we're looking at a scenario where 196.9 million square miles of Earth, and I'm not talking about the ocean. Somebody said, does that include the ocean, dude? No, just the Earth, the arable land. 196.9 million square miles divided by up to 10 billion potential people, worked out with 640 acres per square mile. You get 12 acres per person. So our Earth could accommodate 10 billion, not 7.5 billion, and still give everybody plenty of land. That's the point I'm making. I don't have a hairpiece. This is my real hair. I will now look up Robert Malthus. It was a gritty brawl in New York. Yeah. Who came out on top? Well, I don't think the Democratic Party is even touching on the issues that are affecting Americans right now, so I don't think either one won. His essay on population as social control, right, there you go. The Malthusian principle. Yes. Reverend Thomas Robert Malthus. Himself used only his middle name, Robert Malthus. His essay, The Book on Population. Malthus observed that sooner or later population will be checked by famine and disease, leading to what was known as the Malthusian catastrophe. Well, my argument is that all of that can be altered by ingenuity. You know the old adage, necessity is the mother of invention? Well, when people are starving, they need fresh water. We came up with a technology that could easily provide that fresh water. And the technology is as simple as apple pie. It's an ancient technology that was developed in Australia by the Aborigines. It's called passive desalination. And if we took salt water and put it in the middle of every one of these chambers, every day we'd get up between 3 and 10 gallons of fresh water from just evaporation and humidification. And this is a process that could easily go on across the desert, arid areas of California, and we could easily have a steady supply of water to every city in America. And this could be exported around the world. I don't think we need to worry about the Zika virus. I want more humans on the planet. I ask all of you, literally, what species do you know of besides the human species that literally wants to depopulate itself? Don't you recognize there's something wrong with the logic within our minds that's being promoted by these Marxists? Don't you get that? They want us to be robots or replaced by robots. They really believe they've got total control of your future. Your vote for a third party is to stop the technocracy and the corporatocracy from putting more of this crap in front of you. Sticking needles in your body, forcing you to drink water that's contaminated with toxins, forcing vaccinations, God knows what they're sticking in our bodies, chemtrails dropping in front of our eyes everywhere we go. Do you want that for the future of your family? I mean, if you don't vote third party in this upcoming election, you're unpatriotic, in my opinion. Seriously. We're going down a very dark road with these two parties, and they are bought off. But we are talking about really, really relevant things on this planet. So yeah, when I talk about that statistic about population, I'm countering what Robert Malthus said. I'm countering the work of this man because, frankly, that's an antiquated belief. I believe we can create enough fresh water to supply 10 billion people with plenty of food. And I believe we can take care of the air contamination problem that's been going on in our skies. I can stop the chemtrails as president, order them down, all the airplanes down. Within 2 years, we'll have a complete accounting of all the atrocities they've committed, and we'll process them as crimes against humanity. And everybody, including the people that funded this, will be held accountable. Yes, and by the way, Putin has said that the Panama Papers is an American plot to destabilize Russia. I tend to find truth in what he's saying. The fact is the Panama Papers were redacted and delivered through a known contaminated leak form, WikiLeaks. We know Julian Assange is on the take, so we can't trust WikiLeaks. But I can tell you I can't trust Anonymous either at this point. Most of these organizations are bought off. But the truth that came out of those Panama Papers is more like an assassination list of people that are enemies of the people really controlling our government. The monetary elitists, they're not targeted by the Panama Papers at all. Only people that are trying to take them down are targeted by those people. It's very interesting. They're trying to throw David Cameron under the bus now because he's not agreeing with everything that they're saying. He supports a Brexit for England to get out of the EU, European Union. And the Brexit is not something these people want. They want the backing of England, and they want to continue their game, which is to control the world. It's pretty sick what's happening, folks. I can only tell you the specifics. Or, I mean, generally I can speak about it, but I can't really give you the specifics. And I don't know the specifics either. I mean, it's so elusive, the problems that are affecting our country. Monetary elitists, we know that's at the heart of this. Yeah, well, absolutely. Chemtrail density will be, no plane will be able to fly. I'll be grounding an entire airline. Evergreen Air will be shut down, and their locations in Oklahoma, and well, I'm not going to tell you where they're located, but their locations will be shut down and monitored. All the planes will be grounded. We will have their aerosol containers disassembled. The planes will be retasked for use for the blimp plane concept. Every one of their planes will be converted into a blimp plane. Absolutely. We'll retask every plane. Basically, the planes themselves are clean inside. The canisters contain all the chemicals that they dispense in our air to poison us. So it's not surprising to me that that's what's been happening. So yeah, introducing the blimp plane, everybody. If you haven't seen it already, this is our idea, my idea, to create a backbone of low-cost air travel with a lot of our aging fleet of 747s. And every single 747 can be retrofitted with this balloon pack or a dirigible made out of high-dense carbon fiber, which is very lightweight, and covered with a completely almost bulletproof Kevlar coating. Plus, we'll be equipping every one of these amazing vehicles with an advanced parachute system, which can provide guaranteed safety to its passengers. No longer will people ever crash in planes. Now, the operating speed of these units will go about 300 miles per hour, meaning you'll be able to go from Los Angeles to New York for around, well, it'll take 10 hours, and you'll be able to go for about $100 per ticket. That's what I'm shooting for, yeah. That's what I'm shooting for. So, you can imagine a parachute assembly right here on every wing. One parachute there and one over here on this side, tethering this wing. One in the back. And we'll have a little nose cone parachute. And inside the unit, we'll have breakaway parachutes that blow out if the unit does have a major catastrophe, like an RPG hits it. Say it's flying over Saudi Arabia on a slow cruise to China. The slow boat to China, it will be able to actually land it safely. It'll be able to float too. We'll put a flotation mattress under here. It's powered by the same jet turbine engines that the plane currently has, but we're going to be putting limiters on it. So the limiters will keep it from going beyond 300 miles an hour. Yeah, isn't that great? So this is something I'll be tasking all of those planes to convert to use them as test vehicles, to test the unit out. All the chemtrail planes will be used just to test this unit out. Yeah, isn't that great? Great concept. I think there's about 60 to 70 of those chemtrail planes in the U.S. The perfect use for that. You know, we're not going to finance the likes of KBR and XE and the Blackwater groups. We're not going to do continued contract funding for all these operations that Halliburton's involved in. We won't be hiring $1,000 a day workers and fighting wars that we don't have to fight. No, I don't have to study aerodynamics. I have a full knowledge of it. You know, it's fairly intuitive. Thrust, drag, the whole thing is, you just simply have to, calculate it in your mind what you're dealing with. The primary problem here is displacement. If we cover the outside of this vehicle with hydrophobic material, which has absolutely no friction whatsoever, we will minimize the air displacement that the plane encounters when it's going through the air. You know, I don't have that data with me, but I'm sure I can get an engineer to send that to you once we fund the project. Why don't you get me elected first, then I'll send you that email, okay? Wow. Yeah, I heard a chimpanzee escaped from the Japanese zoo. Leads police on a 2-hour chase. Do you have video of that? Hydrocephalic is a waterhead baby. No, this is hydrophobic. Hydrophobic material is very advanced, and it literally repels everything. And we will cover these units with that. So we won't have to wash the blimp plane. It'll be completely free of ever being washed. Nothing will collect on it. Even the jet itself will be covered with hydrophobic material. Let me show you. Let me get closer to you. Let me get more intimate. Here's Ross Nanotechnology to explain the never wet concept.
Okay, this is Never Wet Super Hydrophobic Fabric System. This particular bottle, we also make a paint that paints on surfaces. But with this product, you can spray it on any clothing, and it will make your clothing super hydrophobic. Water and heavy oils will just shoot off of it. Chocolates, ketchup, mustard, all of that sort of thing. Hydrophobic means that a surface is water resistant. Super hydrophobic means that the water will shoot off of a surface, won't even sit there. When you plunge this in the toilet and pull out, it remains dry. And with it staying dry, it doesn't have any bacteria on it. We made the outside of this very hydrophobic, and the center of it is untreated glass, which is hydrophilic. In other words, the center of the glass wants to attract water. The outside of the glass wants to repel water. So when we pour water in the center, it goes to the borders that we created with the hydrophobic surface, and it stopped the water.
Well, thank you so much. That was wonderful. Yeah. Was that nice? We learned from Ross Nanotechnology about that. I'm more concerned about AI and the artificial intelligence, the future of artificial intelligence. So I profile a lot of the stories there, like Bina, 48.
I think as little as possible about it.
She's an audio animatrized robotic creature that is being developed in the testing phase, and this technology is actually quite old now. It is much more perfected. They've developed new facial material, which obviously gives it a rubber-like facial appearance. Many of you don't really know that she could be a doll. She could be more than a doll. That could be Bina, your next girlfriend. Yeah. You may be looking at your future wife, Bina, 48. Yeah, some of you are really hard up. I mean, I know that. You're probably going to buy the Bina module. Yeah, I'm not going to, I'm not going to pass judgment on you because you find Bina attractive. It's no big deal. It is okay. It is perfectly normal for human beings to want to mate transhumanly with androids. But I would not want to force you to be an android. That's the thing. And I don't think androids should have rights either. So let's get that clear. Well, let's be perfectly clear. That's a little weird, just thinking about androids having rights. No, I was not a senior manager for Cerberus. Why do you ask? Yes, Bina is dishwasher safe, and she comes with a small vaginal attachment for your autoerotic pleasure. You worked in the automated food packing industry for 33. Would be amazed by how technology, even in the industry, are using a lot of robots. I know. Enoch 45 is here from Space Age Land to tell us about the automation that is currently descending upon industry. Thank you, Enoch 45 from Space Age Land. Yes, and her vagina is completely portable and dishwasher safe. No, I was never a manager at McDonald's. Well, it would be spoogophobic, yes. Your blimp plane, if we covered the interior with hydrophobic material, you could imagine what would happen in an orgy. Say you got in some room on the blimp plane, and you met a significant other and you're having a wild sex act. We'd have proper disposable items in there for safe, protected sex. Yes. You'd be able to get them in the kiosk area. There will be a condom machine in the kiosk area for your first time encounter with a one-night stand. On your trip across country. I do not own shares of Halliburton. I'm not invested at all. I don't believe in investing in money. Money is such a temporary thing, you know? I invest in food. I have a sardine collection. And I also collect Vienna sausages. I have some of the best Vienna sausages on earth. pre-Fukushima. I live off my sardines and Vienna sausages. Somebody says, what do you live off? Sardines and Vienna sausages. Today I did a mock lobster salad on our show. Isn't that wonderful? You can make a mock lobster salad for only $4. Feed a family of 4 for 2 days. Fantastic. I just had some with Sarah. It was incredible. I constructed with $4 of food. A huge container full of food. It's amazing. I'm very effective at cutting costs. Let's put it that way. I managed to get rid of the moths that fly out of my wallet without using herbicides or pesticides. Yes, I handpick the moths as they come out of my wallet when I open it, because it hardly ever sees the light of day. Love Shack, baby. No, I don't have any flatulence. That's the nice thing about being virtual. Consumption is minimal. Call me Virtual Dave. Yeah. You can reuse condoms, but I don't recommend it. It's highly unsanitary and creates really a bad pre-sexual feeling when you smell this rank thing and you say, honey, I got one of those old condoms. I rinsed it out multiple times, but it does smell a little rank. I mean, no one's going to have sex with you. Not even Bina 48. I am incapable of having sex with a spent condom.
That's because you don't age, Bina 48, but I still do.
I am confused.
You were born looking like this, and you will stay looking like this forever.
I will live forever.
That's right.
I like to get it right.
Oh, you got it right, baby. I want to hear her say that again.
Forever.
I will live forever.
That's right.
I like to get it right.
Let's do that again.
I like to get it right. I like to get it right.
Now that's what you're looking for.
I like to get it right.
Yeah, you want somebody who likes to get it right.
I like to get it right.
All right.
I like to get it right.
I know you're going to get it right now.
I like to get it right.
I'll give you a few tips now, Vina. She likes to get it right. Okay, so you got a compliant future lover, and you thought your love life was over. I showed you a future that will be doable, even if you have no social skills. Hi, you're looking kind of nice. What's your name? Get away, pervert! You know, you're in tough land. A lot of you guys and gals have not settled down. So unless you look within the near 5-mile radius of your house to find somebody significant, you may be buying Bina 48. Yeah, your future lover. I'm just telling you that's the future. It's just, I'm not going to say no to that, but a great ocean pipeline project is not cap and trade. It's solving the problems that are persistent in our nation. Regardless of whether you agree that global climate change is happening or not, we need fresh water, and we need to make sure that that carbon is in a safe place, not in your lungs. So that's your usual line, is to walk up to some woman and say, nice breasts. Really? You expect that to be a successful method? Well, there is a numbers game, I understand. If you do approach enough women, you may find a skanky syphilitic whore who might want to have sex with you. So yeah, you got a point there, buddy. I'm sorry, am I being a little too honest? You know, I've been getting into a lot of trouble being honest with people, so I'm not going to stop being honest because I can't stop. But bear in mind, I let it out, man. I'm not filtered like Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton or dumb old Trump. Dumb old Trump. I am not part owner of the Seahawks. Yeah, dumb old... dumb old Trump. Interesting name. I don't have any money like you're saying. I don't invest in anything. I'm not a materialistic person. I just want to help the country. I agree, Yimon. You said that humans cannot survive the nuclear war. I agree. And if these elitists think that they can go underground in some secret chamber and survive, it's not going to happen. No, I am not in the Illuminati, and I will not join any secret societies. I promise you. I'm trying to forge a relationship with the American people right now. And this is super important that you understand that I will be doing your bidding, not the bidding of elitists. The whole point of this third party is to get a representative for the American people. That's the whole point of what I'm doing. I think I'll sing this patriotic song I was thinking of. Oh, say, can you see how much the food is stored in your secret bunker? You know, I don't have a secret bunker. Yeah, it's right out in the open. All my food storage is right out in the open for anybody to take. Yeah. If I feed everybody around me, I won't have to worry about food. I won't have to worry about anyone stealing my food either. So I have plenty of grass that people can graze on if they happen to be out in the yard and they can dip in. We'll have plenty of grass growing. And I'll be out with my my flock, and we'll be, taking care of business. Am I sorry for Hiroshima and Nagasaki? It's like asking me, am I sorry for the way things are in China? I'm sorry for... This is not a John Denver song. You know, I don't harbor the guilt that Americans tend to harbor. A lot of you are suffering from white guilt. You look at Native Americans like myself and say that you're responsible for the slaughter of my people. And just because I am part Native American does not mean I'm going to say that all of you are white men speaking with forked tongue. I respect all people on this planet. I'm not here to name and blame us or them. Japan and the U.S. have faced trauma and trials. I'm just thankful that Nagasaki and Hiroshima has not led to long-term damage, genetic damage to the people there. That's something that I was very concerned about. And so far, it hasn't really been more dangerous than Fukushima. Yes, the liberal Democrat Harry Truman authorized America's only use of nuclear weapons to bomb Japan. And many people believe that it was possibly avoidable. But Emperor Hirohito finally gave in after the second bomb was dropped. So it was a very big battle of both countries fighting for their position. And it's unfortunate that World War II was so devastating to both the Japanese and the U.S. troops. But I can tell you, out of that, we have done a good job of helping to rebuild Japan, but we need to be a little bit more fair with Japan. We're pushing the envelope on destroying companies that are viable car companies like Toyota and Honda, and we're hitting them with extra penalties. We need to lighten up. We don't need to do that. We've been too hard on those two companies. And their economy is facing adversity. Like the Prius, the sales are down significantly now that with the price of gas dropping to close to $2 a gallon. So Prius is facing some problems sales-wise. But those companies are really producing a good product. And like I said earlier, I want to create a U.S. auto corporation that will produce a car that gets 100 miles per gallon. And that's something Bernie doesn't have, an idea like that. We will take any support we can from General Motors after giving them $55 billion. I think they can give us some help. And the U.S. Auto Corp will create 100 mile per gallon cars for $15,000 per. That's my promise. And we'll also offer a powertrain that people can customize for around $8,000. A powertrain meaning you'll have a couple seats or positions for seats. We'll basically give you airbags, the transmission, and the engine with the battery pack. for $8,000. That's what I'm shooting for. And it'll have regenerative braking and the same system that Honda has, integrated motor assist. The U.S. Auto Corporation. Yeah, that's what I'm shooting for. So it's something that goes 0 to 60 in 7 seconds. Something like that. Bernie doesn't have any ideas. He just talks about things he's going to do. It's so sad. You Democrats have fallen for that. The BS line that the Democrats put out, they speak in generalities. They don't talk about specifics. And this has been the devil is in the details. And without the details, we see the devil. Okay, IFN is saying that De Niro is now approving the movie Vaxxed. Good. Okay, well, I'll feature that in about 4 minutes. Thank you. And the one on the New World Order. That'll be good. I use a product, the playlist feature on Google's YouTube. I grab a lot of things and I add them to playlists. It's one of the ways I'm able to save a tremendous amount of movies without having to record them to a hard drive. But I noticed that some of these videos will disappear and you'll have no actual written record. And I've made a really good job of keeping certain key ones that were scrubbed from the internet, which is kind of amazing. A lot of things have been taken off the internet over the past few years, especially on the vaccine and the chemtrail issues. So I'm making copies, hard copies of some of these videos. But yeah, New World Order, Communism by the Back Door coming up, as well as that interview with about what Robert De Niro did, because he has a son who has autism, and that's pretty serious. I put this in 2 categories. Okay, good. Excellent. First we have cowbell. Yeah, we talk about chemtrails quite a bit. Chat room celebrity, the encryption debate. Okay, good. Thanks for that chat link. Appreciate it, man. I know. I can't make hard copies monkey times. Well, De Niro could be the next one on the list. You never know. I mean, these people are dying left and right. It's democide. You know, the vaccination issue has killed, 16 holistic doctors now, if you include the lady that just died outside the Hutchinson Institute. We lost a lady, 56-year-old woman who was found in a ditch. She was a chemist, lived alone by herself, worked at the Hutchinson Institute in Swedish Medical Center, right there, right near there. And she was found in a ditch dead. So yeah, 16 holistic doctors and researchers are dead in search of the cure for cancer. Mysterious killings. Very, very disturbing. Yeah. But thanks for watching, everybody. Hey, tonight's been a good show. We had a lot of interaction from a lot of viewers. I could see that. You know, Lockheed's mini fusion reactors for houses sounds really exciting. I don't have any information on that. I'm anxious to hear more. You know, I'm not going to turn Lockheed away because Lockheed has really good ideas, like graphene came out of Lockheed. Thanks, Swiffer. Graphene is a product that Lockheed Martin created that there's an alternative that looks promising too, made out of hemp. So a lot of people are looking forward to the graphene's use of filtration. It's possible we could get much quicker desalination from our seawater pipeline. We could actually rapidly desalinate water, which would be the solution we're looking for here. Now remember, this party is different than the 2 parties. We don't support the concept that the population problem is too great. We believe that depopulation is a plan put out by the elitists to get rid of a lot of us, and I'm against it, and that's one of the reasons why I'm voting against a 2-party system. because those people are being used and manipulated by the elitists, those two parties. So when you vote for Hillary or Bernie or Donald or whoever, you're voting for the same old, which is the New World Order slowly creating a bigger police state and killing off the planet and the species itself. I will look this up. Okay. World War III, Viper in the Cradle. Thanks for that tip, 706. I will research that now. Okay, in the meantime, more cowbell. Okay, here we go. The two videos we have queued up for you right now. It hurts you? Why? What's wrong? Are you allergic to cowbell? Okay. Take it easy, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow night for Freedom Friday. Bye-bye. I need to slowly fade out. Bye-bye.